Hello everyone, welcome back to another video. In this video, we'll be going through the Nagaland current affairs for the month of March 2026. If anyone is new here, a warm welcome. So this video is made free, but if anyone wants to get a hold of this PDF and wants to save some time, then this PDF, it is priced at a very nominal price, that is 25. That is because making this PDF takes time and effort. At the same time, we want to make it affordable for everyone. So in order to get a hold of this PDF, you can join the link that is provided in the bio. That is the link for the Telegram group. And then the details are mentioned here to get a hold of this PDF. So let's start with our current affairs. The eighth session of the 14th Nagaland Legislative Assembly, it was conducted in two phases. So the first phase of the eighth session, it comprised of 5 sittings, which was held from March 2nd to 12th. Addressing the eighth session of the 14th Nagaland Legislative Assembly in Kohima on March 2nd, former governor, that is Ajay Balla, he said the following. So regarding the governor's address to the Legislative Assembly, it is a constitutional requirement as it is mentioned in Article 176. Where the governor outlined the government's agenda and priorities for the upcoming session or year. So it is like a report card from the government highlighting achievements and setting goals. So this address, it is typically prepared by the state government, especially the chief minister and your team. So the governor reads it out. So that is why it might seem like the governor is only talking about the good things the government has done or is doing. It is showcasing the government's work. Similarly, the president also addresses both houses of the parliament. So try to recall under which article of the Constitution of India is related to the special address by the president. So remember that reading out this prepared address is basically mandatory because as it is a constitutional requirement. So the governor, while reading out this address, he cannot skip even a single line that has been prepared by the chief minister and his team. So we'll be going through this governor's address. This address highlights various schemes. So I have included detailed notes on each scheme at the end so you can go through later. But for now, we will just go through it quickly. Nagaland state GST collection as of 31st January 2026, it stood at rupees 987.38 crore, which exceeded the 2025-26 target of rupees 949 crore. Up to December 2025, Nagaland had recorded the highest GST growth in India at 37%, which was far above the national average of 6.8%. A high-level steering committee under the chairmanship of the Chief Secretary, so the current Chief Secretary of Nagaland is Sintiyangar Imchin, has been constituted for the formulation of the Viksit Nagaland at 2047 document, which is supported by 5 sectorial working groups. A sustained enforcement under the Narcotic Drugs and Psychotropic Substances Act is being carried out, and a total of 157 cases were registered for offences under NDPS Act during 2025, leading to the arrest of 260 persons. So you have to know that NDPS Act, it was enacted in 1985, and this act, it deals with drugs and their trafficking. The state police has a dedicated cybercrime cell and national cybercrime reporting portal for cybercrime prevention, enabling real-time reporting, monitoring, intelligence sharing, and case tracking. For further improvement of law and order and tackling drug trafficking, the Ministry of Home Affairs has recently sanctioned installation of more than 1,400 AI-enabled ANPR and CCTV cameras in Dimapur and Kohima. So the full form of ANPR is Automatic Number Plate Recognition. So it stands for Automatic Number Plate Recognition. And then CCTV, it stands for Closed Circuit Television. Okay. Closed Circuit Television. TV stands for television, right? So television. The pioneering flagship initiative of the government, that is the Chief Minister Health Insurance Scheme. It extends health insurance coverage to citizens not covered under the Ayushman Bharat Pradhan Mantri Jan Arogya Yojana. So under the Chief Minister Health Insurance Scheme, okay, there are two categories. One is for employees and pensioners, and the other is for general category. So under employees and pensioners, it provides insurance coverage of rupees 20 lakh per family. And under the general category, it provides 5 lakh insurance coverage per family. So this Chief Minister's Health Insurance Scheme, it was launched on 14 October 2022 at Kohima. Significant steps have been taken towards strengthening of state drugs regulatory mechanism by operationalizing the Nagaland State Drugs Testing Laboratory. So this laboratory in Kohima, it was inaugurated on April 29, 2025. Nagaland have been integrated with the National Pharmacovigilance Program of India and Material Program of India network. So this National Pharmacovigilance Program of India, it was launched on July 2010. Okay. And this Metro Vigilance Program of India, it was launched on July 2015. So after 5 years, it was launched. The Social Welfare Department is successfully implementing Mission Vatsalya scheme covering all the 17 districts for the care and protection of childcare. Statutory service delivery mechanisms for childcare protection and rehabilitation, such as District Child Protection Unit, Child Welfare Committee, Juvenile Justice Board, and childcare institutions are fully functional. Under the Mission Shakti through Pradhan Mantri Matru Vandana Yojana, more than 6,800 beneficiaries have been paid cash incentives through direct benefit transfer during financial year 2025 to 26. The PHE department under Jal Jeevan Mission has been successful in providing more than 3.41 lakh functional household tap connections, raising the coverage to about 94% in the state. Further, over 1,100 villages or habitations have been covered with 100% functional household tap connection, out of which 806 have been declared Har Ghar Jal villages. Under Swachh Bharat Mission Gramin Phase 2, the state continues to consolidate the gains of open defecation free plus status by emphasizing sustainability, behavior reinforcement, and integrated solid and liquid waste management. The Tribal Affairs Department under Pradhan Mantri Adi Adarsh Gram Yojana has selected 530 villages in the state for various development projects, and till now more than 300 projects have been completed. Under the Dharti Aba Janjanati Gram Utkarsh Abhiyan, 74 blocks and 608 villages of the state will be covered. The Department of School Education has initiated the implementation of standard operating procedure for 6 core areas of the school transformation strategy for all the 17 lighthouse school complexes. Under the Nagaland Education Project Nectar, approximately 3,900 teachers, comprising subject presidents or mentors and subject committee members, have been trained through the 133 professional learning communities across 10 selected subjects as part of the efforts for the holistic implementation of the National Education Policy 2020. The Department of Higher Education, under the centrally sponsored PM Usha scheme, is undertaking the infrastructure development in key government colleges across the states. Remember, PM Usha, it is a centrally sponsored scheme, and this PM Usha, it is related to infrastructure development. The Nagaland Scholarship Nodal Cell, it was launched on 1st December 2025 last year, will streamline scholarship governance and ensure timely delivery of benefits. The guidelines on Coaching Center 2025 have also been notified to regulate institutions and safeguard student welfare. The upgradation of KPA to degree college is also making progress, and once established, it will provide accessibility to youth for technical degree studies within the state. So KPA was established on 14 September 1972. Initially, it was under the State Council for Technical Education Assam, but it was rechristened as Khelhoshe Polytechnic Atoizil on 26 April 1984, and it came under the State Council for Technical Education, Kohima, in the year 1986. The Department of Environment, Forest and Climate Change has drafted the Nagaland Agar policy, and it will soon be submitted for notification. So this policy will streamline the management and regulation of agar sector, and it will also provide livelihood options to the people of the state. To enhance the forest cover in the state, the department has carried out plantations and protection works in an area of over 440 kilometers square under the Nagaland Forest Management Project. So this NFMP, it was started during the year 2017 to 18 with the assistance from JICA, that is Japan International Cooperation Agency. To harness the strong community conservation movement in the state, the department has also notified nearly 200 community reserves, which are protected areas on private lands. The Department of Rural Development under PMAYG, that is Pradhan Mantri Awas Yojana Gramin, has been able to ensure completion of more than 36,000 houses in the state. Under Deen Dayal Upadhyaya Gramin Kaushala Yojana, 510 rural youth have been trained and 412 placed in reputed companies within and outside the country during the current financial year. Further, 550 rural youth have been trained at Rural Self-Employment Training Institute for the current financial year. So the first Rural Self-Employment Training Institute in Nagaland was inaugurated in Jaluki, Jaluki on November 2011. Under Manrega, for the current financial year, more than 105 lakh person days have been achieved and employment has been provided over 2.7 lakh households. The Department of Underdeveloped Areas, DUDA, it remains committed to development of infrastructure, education, healthcare, and enhancing economic opportunities for the people in the underdeveloped regions of the state. DUDA is actively involved in elevating the livelihood of farmers and minor forest produce gatherers, and under the scheme of Van Dhan Vikas Yojana and development of value chain for minor forest produce under TriFed, Ministry of Tribal Affairs, Government of India. 180 self-help groups under 38 Van Dhan Vikas Kendras have been formed benefiting 11,400 households. Under the Prime Minister Development Initiative for Northeast, DUDA is currently implementing 22 livelihood projects across eastern Nagaland. A significant initiative of DUDA has also seen the construction of the Konyak Heritage Complex in Mon District, which was supported by Northeast Council, where the International Hornbill Festival Mon edition was successfully organized last year from December 8 to 10. So, according to the Scheduled Tribe and Other Traditional Forest Dwellers Act 2006 or Forest Rights Act, it defines minor forest produce as any non-timber forest product of plant origin like bamboo, brushwood, stumps, cane, tusar, cocoons, honey, wax, slag, candle leaves, medicinal plants, herbs, roots, tubers, and similar items. So, in simple terms, minor forest produce it encompasses all other forest products except timber. Okay. So, TriFed stands for Tribal Cooperative Marketing Development Federation of India, and it came into existence on August 1987 under the Multi-State Cooperative Societies Act 1984. So, TriFed, it is a national level cooperative body, and it comes under the Ministry of Tribal Affairs. So TriFed has been doing all the retail marketing of tribal products under the brand name of Tribes India, and this Tribes of India was launched by TriFed in the year 1999, and they opened their first retail outlet in New Delhi. Nagaland continued to see rapid urbanization in the state with more than 28.86% of population living in the urban areas. The Department of Urban Development and Municipal Affairs under SASKI Part 5 for the year 2024-25 is undertaking 12 infrastructure projects including construction of market complex ULB office buildings in various ULBs. Under the 15th Finance Commission, untied grants, various infrastructure works such as roads, drains, retaining walls, and footpaths have been undertaken by ULBs. The Pradhan Mantri Awas Yojana Urban 2.0 mission is proposed to be implemented in all 39 statutory towns in the state. In collaboration with DPID, our registered startups have generated over 1,500 jobs and recorded an estimated turnover of rupees 73.80 crore in the last financial year. Presently, the Startup Nagaland portal, it hosts 384 startups and aspiring enterprises. So Startup Nagaland portal, it was launched on August 2019. Nagaland has been placed in the leaders category under the state ranking framework by DPID and ranked third among small states in the Export Preparedness Index. The Export Preparedness Index, it is released by Niti Aayog, so remember this. Nagaland has also become the first state in the Northeast to adopt the Unified Logistic Interface Platform in September 2025, enabling streamlined supply chains and reduced logistic costs. So ULIP, it was launched on September 17, 2022. So ULIP is a digital gateway that allows industry players to access logistics related data sets from various government systems through API-based integration. The Center of Excellence in Industry 4.0 Shrujan was inaugurated at the Nagaland Tool Room and Training Center Dimapur under the CSR initiative of Bharat Forge Limited. So Nagaland Tool Room and Training Center, it continues to strengthen skill development in partnership with the Indian Army and has launched an international employment initiative with Germany. Further, 8,981 MSME have also been onboarded under the RAMP scheme through the Udyam registration drives. In order to further promote ease of doing business, enhance transparency, and strengthen digital governance, the Labor Department has launched an online system for labor law services on 18th of November 2025. The government has designated the Department of Information and Public Relations as the nodal department for leading the state's animation, visual effects, gaming, comics, and extended reality in 2025. So this sector has seen a steady growth and it holds significant potential to drive economic growth, promote cultural heritage and ties, and create quality employment. So this concludes the governor's address. Chief Minister of Nagaland, Dr. Nifurio, on 26th of March 2026, he presented the state budget for 2026 to 27 during the phase 2 of the 8th session of the 14th Nagaland Legislative Assembly, describing it as a strategic roadmap for achieving developed Nagaland at 2047. So Dr. Nifurio has incorporated 17 budget initiatives in the Nagaland Budget 2026 with a total allocation of rupees 62 crore. So the new initiatives under Budget 2026 to 27 focuses on governance reforms, women empowerment, social development, and economic growth, which is backed by targeted allocations and structural reforms. So we will just go through this. So for the first time, the state has introduced an SDG-linked budget framework, a gender budget statement, and outcome budgeting to strengthen accountability, monitoring, and outcome-based planning across departments under a whole-of-government approach. Women-centric initiatives featured prominently with rupees 2 crore allocated for an innovation seed fund to support 1,000 nano women entrepreneurs through easy collateral-free financial assistance and banking linkages. The government will also introduce 50 pink scooty taxis across 3 districts, that is, Chumukutima, Kohima, and Mukokchong, to promote women's participation in the transport sector alongside the establishment of crèche in major government offices, beginning with the civil secretariat. So this crèche, it is a facility where children, especially infants and toddlers, they are cared for during the day while their parents are at work or otherwise engaged. So crèche, it is also commonly referred to as a daycare center or a nursery. Capacity building of public servants will continue with an allocation of rupees 2 crore, including training in gender responsive planning. To strengthen water security, the government will launch the Nagaland Strategic Water Resilience Initiative with an allocation of rupees 24 crore. So this program, it will focus on creation of water bodies, rainwater harvesting, groundwater recharge, and strategic storage systems across all districts, headquarters in a phased manner to improve climate resilience. In the energy sector, rupees 11 crore has been allocated for the Chief Minister's Community Solar Partnership Initiative under the Nagaland Solar Mission. The scheme aims to install 3 kilowatt grid connected rooftop solar systems in all village council buildings, reducing dependence on power imports while generating community revenue and promoting a green economy. For environmental sustainability initiatives under the green economy, here rupees 1 crore, okay, 1 crore has been allocated. 1 crore has been allocated and it will promote eco-friendly livelihoods through programs such as NIPID and then the Nagaland Bamboo Development Agency, including bamboo, charcoal, and briquette value chains with potential to boost MSMEs. In the area of skill development and employment, rupees 5 crore has been earmarked to expand the Nagaland Skill and Entrepreneurship Development Mission with a focus on entrepreneurship, livelihood generation, and women-centric interventions. Additionally, rupees 50 lakh has been allocated for the launch of Nagaland Apprenticeship and Placement Exchange, that is NAPEX. So this NAPEX, it is a platform which is designed to connect job seekers with employers, and it will create a workforce registry and support employment opportunities, including for Nagas who are working outside the state. So this platform will also be integrated with the Chief Minister Life Insurance Scheme to provide social security coverage. Education and youth development remain key priorities with new initiatives such as Nagaland Academic Excellence Corpus with an allocation of rupees 1 crore, which is aimed at upskilling the faculty in emerging sectors like AI, digital economy, and green technologies. Additional schemes include Chief Minister STEM Incentive Program and then the Nagaland Open Learning Support Scheme. Please remove this. To support technical education and bring out of school youth into the workforce with an allocation of rupees 1 crore each. So 1 crore each for Chief Minister STEM Incentive Program and then Nagaland Open Learning Support Scheme. Social sector initiatives include rupees 50 lakh for the Community Wellbeing Initiative to promote mental well-being and social cohesion, and rupees 2 crore for the Cleanliness Performance Incentive to reward local bodies for improvements in sanitation and waste management. In sports, rupees 3 crore has been allocated for Chief Minister's Sports Advancement Initiative to train athletes in 5 priority disciplines, that is archery, badminton, sepak takraw, table tennis, and taekwondo, with the long-term goal of Olympic participation. To strengthen the revenue mobilization and fiscal sustainability, the government will establish a Revenue and Development Fund Mobilization Cell with an allocation of rupees 1 crore and an integrated land revenue mobilization initiative with an allocation of rupees 1 crore. Key digital reforms include the rollout of e-stamps and then the e-grass platform to improve transparency, plug revenue leakages, and enhance ease of doing business. On the economic front, the Nagaland Gross Value Addition Promotion Initiative, which is a subcomponent of Chief Minister Microfinance Initiative, will provide incentives of up to rupees 10 lakh to promote entrepreneurship and boost gross state domestic product. The government has also allocated rupees 5 crore for the agro-based produce logistics support scheme to improve market access, reduce post-harvest losses, and enhance farmers' income. Additionally, the Nagaland Weavers Advancement and Market Formalization Initiative, with an allocation of rupees 1 crore, will support traditional artisans through improved market linkages, GI tagging, and integration into the formal economy. So these were the 17 initiatives, new initiatives by the state government. So this section here, it contains the key sector-wise allocations and initiatives under the Nagaland budget 2026 to 27. So you can go through this. You can just pause this video and then you can go through this by yourself if you want. The Nagaland Legislative Assembly on 27th of March passed the state budget for 2026 to 27, authorizing an expenditure of rupees 22.127 crore from the consolidated fund of the state. So the consolidated fund, it is outlined in Article 2661 of the Indian Constitution. So this consolidated fund, it is most important and the largest fund of the union government. It is essentially the government's primary bank account into which all revenue flows, from which all authorized expenditure is made. So remember that not even a single rupee can be withdrawn from the consolidated fund without the parliamentary approval. So similarly, each state has its own consolidated fund of the state under Article 2661, subject to the same rule that no withdrawal without the state legislature approval. So the budget was approved through the Nagaland Appropriation Bill number 4, 2026, moved by Chief Minister Dr. Nifurio, who also holds the finance portfolio. So remember that Chief Minister Dr. Nifurio is also our finance minister. So it authorizes the withdrawal of rupees 22.127.33 crore to meet the government expenditure for the financial year ending March 31, 2027. So appropriation bill is outlined in Article 204. So Article 204, it deals with appropriation bills and the procedure for appropriation of funds. After the grants under Article 203 have been made by the Legislative Assembly, an appropriation bill is introduced. So this bill is aimed at providing for the appropriation out of the consolidated fund of the state of all money required to meet the grants made by the Legislative Assembly. So the expenditure is charged on the consolidated fund of the state. However, this expenditure, it must not exceed the amount which was specified in the statement previously laid before the House or Houses. So remember that Article 204, it outlines the procedure for the introduction of appropriation bills. It sets restrictions on amendments to such bills and ensures that withdrawals from the consolidated fund of the state are made only through appropriations made by law passed in accordance with the provisions of Article 204. Now, regarding Article 205, it outlines the supplementary, additional, or excess grants. So, Article 205 of the Indian Constitution, it deals with the process of handling supplementary, additional, or excess grants within the state's financial framework. For example, if the amount allocated by a law that is in accordance with Article 204 for a particular service in the current financial year is found to be inadequate, or if there is a need for additional expenditure on a new service which was not included in the annual financial statement, the governor is tasked with taking necessary actions. Or if during a financial year the spending exceeds the allocated amount for a particular service, the governor is required to inform the state legislature by presenting another statement indicating the estimated excess expenditure or by presenting a demand for covering such excess expenditure. So the governor must present these matters before the House or Houses of the state legislature. So Article 205, it ensures the transparency and accountability in the management of state finances by providing a framework for dealing with unforeseen or excess expenditure and ensuring proper authorization and appropriation of the funds from the state's consolidated fund. So this provision, it allows for flexibility in the state financial management to address the unforeseen expenses or new requirements that emerge during the financial year. Nagaland's economy is projected to cross rupees 50,000 crore mark in 2025 to 26. According to the survey, which was tabled in the 8th session of the 14th Nagaland Legislative Assembly on March 9, the state's economy is expected to grow by 10.33% in real terms and 13.03% in nominal terms in 2025 to 26 as per advanced estimate. So here, the real term, it is the growth after taking out inflation. So in Nagaland's case, 10.33% real growth means the economy produced 10.33% more real value than last year, ignoring price hikes. And nominal terms, this is the raw unadjusted growth at today's prices. So nominal terms, it mixes real output and inflation. So 13.03% nominal means the total rupees jumped that much, but part of it is just things costing more. And here the advanced estimate. It is the better and later version which comes after more real data rolls in. So this advanced estimate value is closer to the truth than provisional estimate, but still it is not final. And provisional estimate, it is the early quick guess of gross state domestic product at the year's end. So in absolute terms, the provisional estimate of the gross state domestic product is projected to increase from 45,133 crore in 2024 to 25 to rupees 51,014 crore in 2025 to 26. The survey also reflected that the structure of the economy remains heavily dependent on tertiary sector, which contributed more than two-thirds of the state's gross state domestic product at 66.64% in the year 2025 to 26 advance estimate. The primary sector, it contributed 22.76%, and then the secondary sector, it contributed 10.60%. The survey estimated that the state-owned revenue receipt will amount to about 2,472 crore in 2025 to 26, which accounts for only 13.19% of the total revenue receipt. So state-owned revenue receipt, it means the money a state government actually earns on its own without help from the center. So it includes taxes collected by the state, fees like fines, non-tax income like lotteries, royalties from minerals, and interest or dividends from the state investment. So basically, state-owned revenue receipt, it is the state's self-made income, not grants or shared taxes. The budget 2025 to 26 had allocated rupees 7,572.48 crore for capital expenditure compared to rupees 8,623.35 crore in 2024 to 25. So this shows a decline of 12.19%. At the same time, revenue expenditure continues to dominate the state budget, accounting for nearly 69% of total expenditure in 2025 to 26. So here in the revenue expenditure, it means the money a government spends on day-to-day running of things like salaries, pensions, office supplies, subsidies, interest payments, welfare schemes, etc. So for Nagaland, most of the budget goes here in revenue expenditure, that is around 69% for the year 2025 to 26. Under the vision Viksit Bharat at 2047, the Indian economy is expected to reach $30 to $40 trillion by 2047 with a targeted per capita income of rupees 15,000 to $18,000. So per capita income, it means the total GDP divided by number of people. And per capita would have to increase to around $15,000, implying that the state's economy must grow from about 5 billion to nearly $68 billion, which comes to around 6.1 lakh crore by 2047. Achieving this will require sustained annual growth of 10% or more over the next 2 decades. So here it means that suppose the Nagaland's economy today is rupees 50,000 crore. So for the first year, for an increment of 10% increase, the economy will become 55,000 crore. So in the second year, you add another 10%, then it will come to around 60,500 crore, and you keep on adding for the next 20 years. So by the 20th year, it will come to around 3,36,000 crore. So this is just the half of $68 billion. Okay. So that means for Nagaland to reach this vision of Viksit Bharat at 2047, Nagaland has to contribute, the Nagaland has to grow more than 10%, okay, for the next 2 decades. That is, 2 decades means 20 years. Then only we'll be able to achieve this target, that is $68 billion. So this is what this means. So this here are the key highlights of TAFMA, that is Task Force for Music and Arts, Government of Nagaland 2025 to 26. According to the Annual Administrative Report 2025 to 26 of the Department of Youth Resources and Sports, which was tabled in the 8th session of the 14th Nagaland Legislative Assembly. So the mission of TAFMA was to nurture talent and create opportunities for musicians and artists through series of strategic partnership, skill development programs, and performances at prestigious platforms across the world. So the state level activities, it included TAFMA actively working with Nagaland's music and arts stakeholders, supporting events like the Nagaland Olympic and Paralympic Games, Nagaland Super League, and the 25th Hornbill Music Festival. Multiple workshops conducted across the state under the Skilling Nagaland initiative. It focused on equipping artists and music professionals with essential technical skills, including professional sound management and foundational music production. These programs have played a crucial role in strengthening of Nagaland's music ecosystem by fostering a new generation of skilled professionals. So at the national and international presence, TAFMA artists and representatives made their mark at renowned festivals and expos. TAFMA had participated in WOMEX, which stands for Worldwide Music Expo in Manchester, United Kingdom. The Toraja International Festival, it was held in Indonesia, and then the Sambat Festival Jamshedpur and Palm Expo Mumbai, showcasing Nagaland's rich musical talent on global platforms. Artist support. So TAFMA had provided artists with performance opportunities at various music festivals across India and Nagaland, ensuring that they receive the exposure and recognition they deserve. So TAFMA, it was established on 25th July 2019. And then who is the current chairman of TAFMA? Try to recall this. As per the Udyam portal, during January 2026, the state had 46,248 registered micro, small, and medium enterprises units, out of which there are 46,056 units under micro, 176 under small, and 16 units under medium enterprises. So Dimapur district had the highest registration, followed by Kohima district. In the year 2023 to 24, Nagaland had recorded 27,083 MSME under Udyam registration, and as of March 2026 and as of March 9, 2026, a total of 48,655 enterprises have been registered under the Udyam portal in the state. So out of this, 48,464 are micro enterprises, most of which is nano enterprises. So nano enterprises are those enterprises which have a turnover less than 25 lakhs. And 175 are small enterprises and 16 are medium enterprises. So the Udyam registration portal, it was launched in July 2020. According to the Union Budget 2026 to 27, it highlighted that MSME accounts for 35.4% of manufacturing, 48.58% of exports, and 31.1% of GDP in India. So the Ministry of MSME in India celebrates the MSME Day on which date and month? Try to recall this. 777 MSME created under CMMF. CMMF, it stands for Chief Minister Microfinance Initiative. So since the inception, a total of 777 MSME have been created under Chief Minister Microfinance Initiative with a total project investment of 65.31 crores, indicating a significant leverage of government subsidy to stimulate economic activity and credit linkage. The government subsidy of 19.37 crore in the MSME sector has generated total investment of 65.31 crore in the local economy, producing a fiscal multiplier of roughly 3.3 times. At present, 13 MSME development projects are under implementation in this state. Under the Prime Minister Employment Generation Program, The target for the year 2025 to 26 was 454 projects. So far, 66 projects have been sanctioned by banks and rupees 178.98 lakh of margin money has been claimed. So during the last 5 years, a total of 3,715 beneficiaries have been supported under the Prime Minister Employment Generation Program scheme. 26,948 vehicles have been registered in Nagaland during January to December 2025. The registration under the transport category consisted of 14,010 vehicles, and then in the non-transport category it consisted of 12,938 vehicles. So the district with the highest registration was Kohima district with 14,740 vehicles registered. It was followed by Dimapur at 9,519. And then the Peck district was at the last with only 131 registrations. Altogether, 16,856 driving licenses have been issued during 1st January to 31st December 2025. Meanwhile, the enforcement wing of the department had detected 2,808 defaulters. Nagaland imports 95% of power to meet 193 megawatt demand. So, as per the annual administrative report 2025 to 26 of the Power Department, which was tabled during the 8th session of the 14th Nagaland Legislative Assembly, with a peak demand of 193 megawatt, the state relies imports for 95% of its requirement during the lean season and 90% during the monsoon season. So this report stated two hydropower projects with a total installed capacity of 66 megawatt, that is 42 plus 20, have been taken up to be funded under EAP/ADB. Solar power generation and others under IPP mode is allowed under the State Power Policy 2018. As a multidisciplinary sector, Electricity Department, it was renamed as Department of Power in the year 1981. Under the new regulatory regime mandated by the Electricity Action 2003, which repealed the Indian Electricity Act 1910, the power sector is seeing tremendous changes in its functions and operational environment. The state has been able to develop only one major generation project, namely Likimro Hydroelectric Project, with an installed capacity of 24 megawatt. So remember, Likimro Hydroelectric Project has an installed capacity of 24 megawatt. The 24 megawatt Likimro Hydroelectric Project in Kifi District, 1 megawatt Lang Small Hydropower in Noglak District, 1 megawatt Tehok Small Hydropower in Mon District, 2.4 megawatt Duilumroy Small Hydropower in Perin District, and 1 megawatt Ponglefo Small Hydropower in Kifi District. So these are the projects that has been successfully commissioned and are currently in operation. The total energy generated by these projects from April 2025 to December 2025 is 84.42 million units. The Department of Power Nagaland is constructing a 220, 132, 33 kilovolt substation with associated transmission lines at Sitrongse, Desepe, which will enhance the capacity for catering power supply to the four districts of Dimapur, Chumpurima, Newland, and Peren. So this project is sanctioned by Ministry of Donor under PM Divine at a cost of rupees 132.37 crore, and it is scheduled for completion by September 2026. The transmission capacity of the existing 132, 66, 33 kilovolt 200 megavolt ampere Nagojan substation Dimapur has also been successfully upgraded to 350 megavolt ampere. The Department of New and Renewable Energy is taking up installation of 400 solar water pumps, which are expected to uplift the economic status of the farmers by helping produce more yields. The Water Resource Department, in line with Jal Shakti Abhiyan campaign, is taking up creation of another 42 water bodies in 9 districts. That is Chumukutima, Dimapur, Kohima, Mokokchung, Mon, Longland, Pek, Trinsang, Boka, amounting to rupees 150 lakh, and an integrated model settled farming project at Mongsanimti village in Mokokchung. So remember this, at rupees 150 lakh. So regarding this Nagaland smart meter rollout, the target was 3,23,878 smart meters, but till now, only 11.4% of the target have been achieved, that is 37,081 meters. At just 1.2%, Nagaland solar mission yet to spark momentum. So regarding the Nagaland solar mission, it was launched on April 14th, 2025 in convergence with the government of India PM Surya Ghar Muft Bijli Yojana. So this mission, it aims to promote rooftop solar installation through additional state subsidies. So the Nagaland solar mission has a target of 10,938 households by financial year 2027, but only 130 households have been equipped with this rooftop solar installation, which comes to around 1.2% as of December 2025. So in terms of capacity, just 440 kilowatt has been installed against a target of 32,814 kilowatt. Alongside rooftop solar installation, the state is also pursuing larger grid connected projects, including a 10 megawatt plant in Hobuku village in Newland district, a 5 megawatt project in Zadima, which is an ongoing project, and a 20 megawatt project in Chumpitima, which is an upcoming project. A 40 megawatt solar project has also been proposed at Saijang in Parent district under a public-private partnership model. So the current peak demand for the state is 193 megawatt, but it is projected to reach 304 megawatt by 2035. So the state depends on imports for 90 to 95% of its electricity, with an installed capacity at just 29.4 megawatt. So this reliance has translated into rising financial pressure, with power purchase cost pegged at rupees 550.27 crore in 2024 to 25 against a revenue of 300.02 crore. At the same time, high aggregate technical and commercial losses remains a serious concern. So regarding this high aggregate and commercial losses, so this is one of the most important indicators of performance of a power distribution utility. So the aggregate technical and commercial losses, it includes the losses due to leaks in pipes or when people start stealing electricity. Okay. So in Nagaland, even though the state government buys tons of power from outside, approximately 90 to 95% of it, but the state government only get money for half of it. So they lose around 250 crore every year just because of these leaks and theft. So they are trying to fix it with smart metering, but only 11% are installed so far. So which is very low. So because high losses will equal to more debt, right? So under the revamped distribution sector scheme, one of the key objectives is to reduce the aggregate technical and commercial losses. So this scheme, it targets bringing the aggregate technical and commercial losses down to 12 to 15% with smart metering as a central component. As per the data presented at a district electricity committee meeting on RDSS, which was held on March 3 in Kohima, only about 37,081 smart meters or 11% or 11.4% of the target have been installed as of early March across the state. So the state currently produces around 11,692.88 metric tons of fish. So this contributes to local food supply and income generation according to the annual administrative report 2025-26 of the Department of Fisheries and Aquatic Resources. So the report also stated that the Aqua Park will function as a demonstration and innovation center. So this Aqua Park, the foundation was laid by Prime Minister Narendra Modi in the presence of MLA and advisor A. Pangchung Jamir on October 11, 2025 at Sudiko. So this Aqua Park will showcase advanced systems such as recirculatory aquaculture systems, ornamental fisheries, integrated fish farming, and climate resilient aquaculture practices. So it will also serve as a model unit for entrepreneurs, and farmer producer groups, aligning with the broader vision of sustainable fisheries development and the blue economy framework. So these are the present fish scenario of fisheries in Nagaland. So you can go through this. So in which year was chocolate mashir given the status of the state fish of Nagaland? Try to recall this. As per the annual administrative report 2025-26 of the Department of Land Resources, coffee production in Nagaland has recorded a sharp rise over the past 5 years, increasing from 12.16 metric tons in the year 2020 to 21 to 72.77 metric tons in 2024 to 25. So, which reflects around near six-fold jump in production during the last 5 years. So, this steady increase in output mirrors the expansion of coffee cultivation in Nagaland, where 11,647.69 hectares have now been brought under coffee plantation across 16 districts, with an additional of 461.41 hectares developed during the current financial year alone. So, among all the districts, Kohima has emerged as the clear leader, producing 29.16 metric tons in the year 2024 to 25, accounting for roughly 40% of the state's total output. So, remember this. The district production has expanded rapidly over the past few years from 5.40 metric tons in 2022 to 23 to nearly 30 metric tons in 2024 to 25. So Kohima also has the largest plantation area in the state with 1,900.87 hectares under coffee cultivation. So the Twinsang district had recorded one of the most significant increases with no production in 2020-21 to 8.86 metric tons in the year 2024 to 25, making it the second largest producer in the state. So the first is Kohima and then the second is Twinsang. Noklak, with just 128.91 hectares under cultivation, produced 1.37 metric tons. The Department of Land Resources has identified coffee as a key commodity for strengthening rural livelihoods, particularly because the crop grows well under Nagaland's natural forest canopy and can be cultivated without chemical inputs. As a shade-loving perennial crop, coffee supports agroforestry practices. It helps prevent repeated slash and burn cycles associated with shifting cultivation, and it contributes to ecological restoration and climate resistance. So, to expand the sector, the department has been promoting coffee plantations through various initiatives, including the PMKSYWDC 2.0, NABARD's Rural Infrastructure Development Fund projects, and the state funded programs, which is aimed at strengthening sustainable livelihoods and developing coffee based value chains. So the report also noted that coffee production involves a long field to cup value chain, beginning with nursery development, plantation, and harvesting, followed by processing, roasting, packaging, and finally brewing. Six coffee washing stations are being established across different clusters with support from the Northeastern Council, which are expected to improve processing efficiency, enhance bean quality, and increase the market value of Nagaland's green coffee beans. So the project title, Post-Harvest Coffee Processing Facilities for Sustainable Economic Development in Nagaland, are in various stages of implementation. Recognizing the crop's branding potential, the government of Nagaland has adopted coffee as one of the state's unique selling propositions, an initiative acknowledged by the Ministry of Development of Northeastern Region donor. So the state has also launched a branding initiative under the label Coffee of Nagaland with the slogan Taste of Eminence. Remember this. As per the annual administrative report 2025 to 26 of the Excise and Prohibition Department, a total of 18,112 bottles of IMFL, that is Indian made foreign liquor, 22,007 liters of country liquor, and 6,049 bottles or cans of beer were seized across Nagaland between February and December 2025. The Excise and Prohibition Department was established on December 1st, 1963. So this is the same date and year when we celebrate Nagaland Statehood Day. And it is one of the oldest departments in Nagaland. So this department, it enforces the Nagaland Excise Act 1967, the Narcotics, Drugs and Psychotropic Substances Act 1985, and then the Nagaland Liquor Total Prohibition Act 1989 along with its 1990 rules. So this department is primarily responsible to prevent and control the possession, sale, manufacture, transport, and smuggling of liquor and narcotic substances in the state. The department also regulates the supply of liquor to defense and paramilitary personnel through the canteen stores depot and bonded warehouses in Dimapur, while overseeing controlled substances such as opium, denatured spirit, and molasses. So the department also coordinates with central agencies, including the Narcotics Control Bureau and then Central Bureau of Narcotics. So as per the report, the Excise Department has a total strength of 383 personnel, including 127 under the Directorate, with only 34 in the mobile squad and 28 in the narcotics cell, alongside 256 personnel in district establishment. So this department is headed by our Chief Minister, Dr. Nifurio. Remember this, and it is supported by the advisor for excise, the secretary to the government, and then the commissioner of excise. According to the annual administrative report 2025 to 26, the Department of Geology and Mining, Nagaland, several geological investigations were carried out during the year, including studies on limestone deposits, coal exploration, and geotechnical assessment. So, limestone is a sedimentary rock and it composed primarily of what? The best among all types of coal is what? So the Department of Geology and Mining, Nagaland assessed the geotourism potential of limestone caves in Chipur village, Noklak district in April 2025. So Chipur village is in Noklak district, okay? So the survey examined four limestone caves exhibiting notable karst features and speleotime formations, which are considered important indicators for geoheritage values. So among the survey sites, Piolinka Cave, estimated to be about 300 feet deep, is the most suitable location for geotourism development due to its accessibility and notable geological formations. Pangchipur area, it covers about 7.6 kilometer, included geological mapping as well as chemical and physical laboratory analysis to assess the occurrence and quality of limestone associated with the Naga Hills ophiolites. In Kifre district, the department carried out boundary mapping and the GPS-based pillaring were undertaken for the Mimi Pyakatse and Mimi Kheti limestone blocks covering a combined area of 8.33 kilometer. So preliminary exploration was also conducted in Konka limestone block, covering about 2.34 kilometer, while in Mimikheti block, geological mapping covering 2.2 kilometers square, while the GPS based topographical survey, it covered around 2.6 kilometers square since April 2025, against a total target area of 3.54 kilometers. Regional coal exploration also continued in three blocks of the Melak-Sarang Valley coalfield in the Mukchong district between August 2024 and July 2025. In the Tuli Yimchun Kimong block, a total of 1,067.63 meters of drilling across four boreholes were completed. In the Waramung block, 1,270 meters of the drilling across seven boreholes were carried out, while 3,991.90 meters of additional drilling is planned to reach the target depth. So geological mapping at a scale of 1 to 10,000 over an area of about 13 kilometers square was undertaken to demarcate coal seams within the Makokla Chunky block. Two workable coal seam zones, each with a thickness of approximately 1 to 1.5 meter, were identified, and further regional exploration is recommended for refined assessment. There are 57,402 beneficiaries under the Indira Gandhi National Old Age Pension Scheme in Nagaland. Out of this, 51,752 falls under 60 to 69 years and 5,650 under 80 and above years, according to the annual administrative report 2025 to 26 of Social Welfare Department. In this scheme, senior citizens who are below poverty line and are 60 to 79 years of age are given a monthly pension of rupees 200 per month. And then senior citizens who are below poverty line and are 80 years of age and above are given a monthly pension of rupees 500 per month. So the state government also provides rupees 100 per month to each beneficiary as state contribution towards the Indira Gandhi National Old Age Pension Scheme. The Department of Youth Resources and Sports has 30 coaches in 11 disciplines and 8 physical instructor of school. According to the annual administrative report 2025 to 26 of the Department of Youth Resources and Sports, the department has two sports academies, namely Indira Gandhi Stadium, which is located at Kohima, and then the State Sports Academy, which is located at Dimapur. So these academies, it hosts students of 6 Olympic disciplines. A preliminary investigation by the Department of Geology and Mining has identified 7 locations with anomalous radiation readings across Nagaland, prompting detailed chemical analysis to determine the possible presence of radioactive minerals. So these findings are a part of the department's annual administrative report 2025 to 26, which stated that the preliminary investigation covered 10 districts, that is Dimapur, Chumktima, Kohima, Simini, Waka, Mokutong, Zinaputo, Pek, Longland, and more. So these readings, it ranged between 0.16 and 0.32 microsieverts per hour. So this microsieverts per hour, it is a unit to measure the rate of exposure to ionizing radiation. So remember this. According to the report, comparatively higher radiation levels were observed in shale formations, particularly in Longland, Zunabito, and Kohima districts. So shale, it is the most common sedimentary rock. So remember, slate forms from the metamorphism of shale under differential pressure. Okay. According to the annual administrative report 2025 to 26 of the Home Department, Nagaland Fire and Emergency Services Department has responded to a total of 228 fire calls of various categories and saved properties worth rupees 42.37 crore during the period January to October 2025 in Nagaland. So during the year 2025 to 26, the department has successfully completed construction and installation of firefighting systems in 3 designated helipads in the state located in Kohima, Zinaputo, and Chumuktama district under Saski. The department has completed construction of infrastructure for the 22nd fire station at the newly created district Symposia. So try to recall when was Symposia declared as a district. The department is coming up with 3 new fire stations at Dimapur, Bandari, and Pungro, and a training center at Chichima, Kohima under the 15th Finance Commission. So all of which are expected to be completed by March 2026. Fresh data from the Department of Animal Husbandry and Veterinary Services Annual Administrative Report highlights a striking contrast in Nagaland's livestock sector, strong demand for meat, milk, and eggs alongside a substantial supply deficit. So you can check this table. So the state currently meets only 44.56% of its total requirement, leaving a 55.44% shortfall value at rupees 1,257.78 crore. As of December 31st, 2025, a total of 72,871 applicants were listed on the live register of employment exchanges in the state. So just remember this value. An amount of rupees 200 lakh has been sanctioned during the financial year 2025 to 26 for the construction of 10 horti-link roads in Nagaland under the state plan RIDF NABARD. Okay. So horti-link roads, they are specialized rural roads often funded by initiatives like RIDF NABARD. So horti-links, it connect remote horticultural farms and villages to main markets. So these horti-link roads, they facilitate the transport of farming inputs, and then they ensure quick delivery of perishable items like fruits, vegetables, and oil palm to markets, improving farmers' income. So out of the 10 horti-link roads sanctioned during the year 2025 to 26, one horti-link road was allocated to Mon district and one horti-link road was allocated to Kifri district. Okay, so no link roads were allocated to Longland, Noklak, Twinsang, and Chamotor district during the year 2025 to 26. So rupees 20 lakh each was sanctioned during the 2025 to 26 for the construction of this following horti-link roads. So you can go through this. MLA Achumbemo proposes Jatropha cultivation to curb human-elephant conflict. So he raised this in Nagaland's assembly just last month. So MLA Achumbemo, he wants Jatropha plantation around Wokha, where elephants keep raiding crops and homes. So what are the benefits of this Jatropha? Let's go through this. So Jatropha is easy to propagate and it requires minimal care, growing wild in many regions and even in infertile soils. So this plant has a long lifespan and it produces seeds for up to 50 years. So they are drought resistant and then they thrive in marginal lands with varying rainfall levels and they can be cultivated as a commercial crop. So the oil content in jatropha seeds can reach up to 47% with an average range of 37 to 40%. So this makes it an excellent candidate for future biodiesel production. So beyond biodiesel, jatropha oil has also various applications including soap making, cleaning, dyeing fabrics, medicinal uses, organic fertilizers, and as an antidote for snake bites. So it can also be used to soften leather and lubricate machinery. So each part of the jatropha plant, that is leaves, flowers, fruits, and seeds, has its own unique uses, making it a highly versatile and beneficial plant. Powdered seed coats can serve as an effective adsorbent for removing heavy metals from wastewater. So these are all the benefits of jatropha. And then these jatropha trees, they are often used as hedges because animals find them unpalatable. Okay. So this means, for example, if the elephant comes and then if the jatropha plants are planted, then they will try to eat this. But since it is unpalatable, they will return back. Okay. So this is what MLA Achimbemo has proposed in the Nagaland Legislative Assembly last month in order to curb the human-elephant conflict. Under PM Kisan, as of January 31st, 2026, a total of 2,38,172 farmers have benefited with rupees 770.05 crore, which has been directly transferred to their bank accounts through the direct benefit transfer. The National Mission on Natural Farming is being implemented across 121 clusters covering 6,050 hectares, enrolling 15,125 farmers and promoting sustainable chemical-free farming practices. So, in order to promote jute and allied fibers, a 5-year memorandum of understanding has been signed with the Jute Corporation of India Limited, the National Jute Board, and then the ICAR Central Research Institute for Jute and Allied Fibers. So, during 2024 to 25 and 2025 to 26, 2,217 quintals of quality seeds were distributed under the National Food Security Mission, benefiting 1,77,687 farmers. So, in the horticulture sector, under the Mission for Integrated Development of Horticulture 2025 to 26, an allocation of rupees 38.88 crore has been allocated to the state for covering area expansion of various horticultural crops and other inventions. An area of 125 hectares is proposed to be covered for golden kiwi fruit cultivation in 7 districts under the Horticulture Model Village initiative. The Department of Animal Husbandry and Veterinary Services under National Livestock Mission Entrepreneurship Development Program facilitated 78 pig breeding farms in 2025 to 26, which has resulted in a production of over 14,500 piglets for breeding and more than 1,160 tons of meat for consumption. The Sericulture Department, during the current financial year, is implementing the program for development of Muga silk for sustainable livelihood covering 100 beneficiaries in the districts of Mogokchong, Wokha, Zunabuto, and Peren, and of Iri silkworm rearing in the districts of Tsimanyu, Chumkitima, Kifri, Pek, and Dimapur, covering 150 women beneficiaries. The Fisheries Department in 2026 to 27 under Pradhan Mantri Matsya Sampada Yojana is planning to develop 100-hectare more water bodies along with input support and construction of 13 biofloc ponds for freshwater areas among other districts. The Department of Soil and Water Conservation has developed 73 units of water harvesting ponds across Nagaland and 3 nurseries under RKBY scheme for enhancing water conservation, and producing high quality planting materials. So from here, what you have to know is you have to know about this Pradhan Mantri formalization of micro food processing enterprises. Okay. So in our state, the Department of Industries and Commerce is the nodal agency for Pradhan Mantri formalization of micro food processing enterprises. So through the Ministry of Food Processing Industries, Government of India, the second phase of the seed capital money has been released under the centrally sponsored scheme, Pradhan Mantri Formalization of Micro Food Processing Enterprises scheme. Okay, so this scheme it was launched on 29 of June 2020, and remember it is a centrally sponsored scheme. And this scheme it focuses on the growth and formalization of micro food units across the country. So this scheme that is Pradhan Mantri Formalization of Micro Food Processing Enterprises, this scheme is a part of the Atmanirbhar Bharat Abhiyan and supports the vocal for local vision in the food processing sector. So remember this. So this scheme it provides financial, technical, and business assistance to entrepreneurs for setting up new units or upgrading existing ones. So this scheme it runs from 2020 to 21 to 2025 to 26 with an outlay of 10,000 crores. So the goal of this scheme is to make micro enterprises more competitive and bring them in the organized sector and then unlock new opportunities for growth. So these are the key features of the scheme that is micro enterprises to get credit link subsidy at 35% of the total eligible project cost with ceiling of rupees 10 lakh for upgradation of infrastructure and capacity addition. So self-help groups to get seed capital for giving loans to members for working capital and small tools, on-site skill training and hand-holding, transition from the unorganized sector to the formal sector, 2 lakh FPOs or self-help groups or cooperatives and working micro enterprises to be directly benefited, connecting enterprises with organized supply chains by improving branding and marketing, providing wider access to common services such as processing, facilities, laboratories, storage, packaging, marketing, and incubation center. So here the credit link subsidy, it is a capital subsidy that is linked to credit, meaning that you must take a bank loan first and then the government, it covers part of your fixed cost to boost investment in small businesses and reduce risk for lenders and kickstart growth in micro enterprises. So you can think of it as a targeted fiscal support to crowd in private credit. So giving an example, imagine that you want to buy a new oven or a machine for your pickle business, but it is expensive. Now you go to the bank for a loan and then the government jumps in and then the government says that the government will pay 35% of that particular loan that you're applying. Okay. And then the maximum is 10 lakhs. So you have to remember this also. So the government will pay 35% of the particular loan that you are taking from the bank. So this means that you borrow less or your loan feels little lighter, right? So it is like getting a big discount which is tied to your loan. So this makes it upgrading way cheaper. And regarding this seed capital, so this seed capital is the initial grant funding. So this is non-repayable. Okay. So seed capital is the initial grant funding for working capital or minor assets in early stage ventures. So schemes like this Pradhan Mantri formalization of micro food processing enterprises, it bridges the gap where the banks won't lend the money yet. So the seed capital, it stimulates entrepreneurship, especially for women or rural groups, lower entry barriers, and it builds a microeconomy from the bottom up. So it is like a kickstart to grow your business. So you can think of it like this, okay? Picture a self-help group who wants to start a tiny food businesses like maybe drying mangoes or grinding spices. So the government, they hand them rupees 4 lakh as free starting money. So they use it for quick stuff like buying a mixer, spices, packaging. So no big loans are needed, right? Because the government is giving them the seed capital to start their business. So which means that it is like a pocket money to get start the businesses. So seed capital is the initial grant funding. A total of 384 matters and cases were amicably settled at the first quarter National Lok Adalat, which was held across Nagaland on March 14, achieving a disposal rate of 75.15%. So, according to the Nagaland State Legal Services Authority, a total of 511 cases were taken up for settlement, for which 11 benches were set up in the district headquarters of the District Legal Services Authorities, and the total settlement amount involved was rupees 4.75 crore. So this term Lok Adalat, it means people's court, and it is based on Gandhian principles. The first Lok Adalat camp, it was organized in Gujarat in 1982 as a voluntary and conciliatory agency without any statutory backing for its decisions. So the composition of Lok Adalat, generally, a Lok Adalat consists of a judicial officer as the chairman and a lawyer and a social worker as members. So Article 39A, it outlines the state shall secure that the operation of the legal system promotes justice on a basis of equal opportunity and shall in particular provide free legal aid by suitable legislation or schemes or in any other way to ensure that opportunities for securing justice are not denied to any citizen by reason of economic or other disabilities. Okay, so remember this Article 39A, and also remember that it was not a part of the Constitution of India 1950. It was inserted by 42nd Constitutional Amendment Act 1976. So what are the cases that can be settled in Lok Adalat? So the type of cases that can be settled in Lok Adalat, it includes compoundable offences, civil cases and disputes related to bank recovery, matrimonial issues and labor matters. So what is this compoundable offences? So compoundable offences are those crimes where the person who filed the case, that is the victim, okay, the victim will file the case, right? The victim agrees to drop the charges against the accused by making a genuine compromise. So this compromise should be made without any improper reasons or benefits for the victim. So the Lok Adalats, they are being conducted in accordance with the provisions of the Legal Services Authorities Act 1987, read with the National Legal Services Authority Regulations 2009. So it is a long-standing practice to hold four national Lok Adalats every year in all district legal services authorities under the State Legal Services Authority. So you remember this. According to the Nagaland Economic Survey 2025 to 26. So remember that this Nagaland Economic Survey, it is released by Department of Economics and Statistics. And according to this, Nagaland's economy has grown significantly over the past decade, reaching about rupees 45,134 crore in 2024 to 25. So the survey had stated that the gross state domestic product of the state had increased from rupees 19,524 crore in 2015 to 16 to rupees 45,134 crore in 2024 to 25. The survey also highlighted that agriculture and allied activities, it continued to play a crucial role in the state's economy, contributing to about 23.37% of the state's GDP. And on employment, the survey had noted that the estimated employment rate in the state, it stands at 83.92%, while the unemployment rate is around 16.07%. ULA's program advances adult literacy in Nagaland. 18,018 learners enrolled. So ULAS, it stands for Understanding Lifelong Learning for All in Society program. So this program is also known as the New India Literacy Program, and it is being implemented in Nagaland to promote adult education and lifelong learning. So ULAS, it is an initiative of the Ministry of Education, and this ULAS, it aims to provide foundational literacy and numeracy to non-literate individuals who are aged 15 years and above. So you remember this, while also encouraging continuous learning and skill development. So in Nagaland, the program is being implemented by the Directorate of School Education. So this initiative, it seeks to empower adults with basic education and critical life skills. So according to officials, 7 districts, that is Mon, Kifri, Pek, Zonapato, Peren, Tuensang, and Dimapur have been selected for implementation based on the number of illiterates as per Census 2011. Child line that is 1098 control room in the state had received 5,557 calls between January to December 2025, out of which 1,592 required intervention. So we will go through this Juvenile Justice Act 2015. So this act, it replaced the Juvenile Delinquency Law and the Juvenile Justice Care and Protection of Children Act 2000. So this act, it offers provisions to allow trials of juveniles in the age group of 16 to 18 years. So remember this age group as an adult who were found to conflict with the law, especially heinous crimes. So this act also offered provisions regarding adoption. So this act also replaced the Hindu Adoptions and Maintenance Act 1956 and Guardians of the World Act 1890 with a more universally accessible adoption law. This act it enables the smooth functioning of adoption procedures for orphans, surrendered, and abandoned children while making the Central Adoption Resource Authority, okay, the statutory body for adoption related matters. All childcare institutions, whether they are run by the state government or by a voluntary or non governmental organization, they are to be mandatorily registered under the Act within 6 months from the date of commencement of the Act. So, this Section 80 and Section 81 of the Juvenile Justice Care and Protection of Children Act 2015, it was in the news. So, Section 80, it talks about the punitive measures for adoption without following prescribed procedures. So, as per Section 80 of the Act, violation of adoption procedures is punishable with imprisonment of up to 3 years and a fine of rupees 1 lakh. And under Section 81, it talks about the sale and procurement of children for any purpose. And POSCO Act 2012. So this POSCO Act, it came into effect on 14 November 2012. So POSCO Act, it aims to address the offenses of sexual exploitation and sexual abuse of children, which were either not specifically defined or inadequately penalized. So according to this POSCO Act, it defines a child as any person below the age of 18 years. So this act, it provides punishment as per the gravity of offense. So these are the key directives of Supreme Court's April 15, 2025 judgment on child trafficking. So you can go through this. So this is the BIRD's key recommendations to tackle child trafficking. So BIRDS, it stands for Bharatiya Institute of Research and Development. Okay. So you can go through this. State Animal Welfare Advisory Board, Nagaland, constituted to protect animal rights in Nagaland. So this State Animal Welfare Advisory Board, Nagaland, it is a statutory body of the Government of India, which established as per the direction of the Supreme Court of India that it is mandatory for all the states to constitute a state animal welfare advisory board and a district societies for prevention of cruelty to animals. So it is reported that almost 1/5 of the global population is involved in livestock production or the processing and marketing of food of animal origin. So animal welfare, it revolves around the Prevention of Cruelty to Animals Act of 1960. So animal welfare, it means to treat the animals with care and compassion. So animal welfare, it applies to all kinds of animals, pets, farm animals, wild animals, and even animals used in research. So animal welfare, it means ensuring that all animals live a good quality life and they are treated with care, compassion, and comfort, which comes under five freedoms that is, hunger, discomfort, pain, fear, and to express normal behavior. So, under Nagaland Municipal Act 2023, particularly Section 6, it clearly entrusts municipalities and town councils with the responsibility of preventing cruelty to animals. So, when is World Rabies Day observed? Nagaland Tourism and Higher Education Minister Timjan Imna Along had assured that the Eklavya Model Residential School projects at Penshunyu, this is in Suminyu District, and Kade in Pig District will be made operational by 2027. So the current status of the EMRS in Nagaland, Chief Minister Dr. Nefiru had informed that 75% physical progress had been achieved for EMRS Pashinu and 60% for EMRS Kade till date, with 96.31% and 100% financial progress for EMRS Pashinu and then EMRS Kade respectively. So EMRS Pashinu project, it was sanctioned in 2017, while the PEG project, that is Kade, was sanctioned in 2016. So EMRS projects, it falls under a centrally sponsored scheme of the Ministry of Tribal Affairs. So Eklavya Model Residential School, it is a flagship initiative launched by Ministry of Tribal Affairs in 1998 to provide free quality residential education to scheduled tribes. Okay, remember this. From classes 6 to 12 in remote and tribal dominated areas. So the main objective was to bridge the educational gap between the tribal and non-tribal population by offering CBSE-based instruction integrated with holistic development, including sports, culture, and skill training. So this scheme, it was revamped in the year 2018 to 19 to expand the coverage. So EMRS are now to be established in blocks with more than 50% ST population, and then with at least 20,000 tribal persons, with a target of 728 schools by 2026. So remember this. So EMRS are implemented and they are managed by the National Education Society for Tribal Students, which is an autonomous body under Ministry of Tribal Affairs. So each school has a capacity of 480 students with gender parity, and up to 10% seats may be allocated to non-ST students and 20% reservation under sports quota for meritorious ST students in athletics and games. The Northeastern Council allocated rupees 67.41 crore in February 2026 for developmental initiatives in the northeastern states and implementing agencies. So Nagaland has signed MOUs with SCRT, NBSC, and Lanahan, India. So skill education in Nagaland school system took a step forward with the signing of two memorandum of understanding, that is between the State Council of Educational Research and Training and the Nagaland Board of School Education and Lanahan, India. So this partnership with SCERT, it focuses on the introducing of Kaushal Boot textbook for students in classes 6 to 8 in order to create early exposure to practical hands-on learning. And then the collaboration with NBSC, it focuses on strengthening systems for skill assessment and certification for students in class 9 to 12. So this also includes supporting NBSC's progression towards becoming a recognized awarding body under the National Council for Vocational Education and Training through alignment with national standards development of assessment frameworks and capacity building of assessors. A memorandum of understanding was signed on March 18 between the Nagaland State Cooperative Marketing and Consumers Federation Limited and Bhartiya Beach Sahakari Samiti Limited to strengthen cooperative initiatives in the agriculture and allied sectors. In order to strengthen the emerging drone ecosystem and expand the skill-based opportunities in Nagaland, the Nagaland GIS and Remote Sensing Center on March 17, they signed a memorandum of understanding with Drone Verse Aviation Private Limited at the Nagaland Civil Secretariat Kohima. So under this memorandum of understanding, both the organizations will jointly roll out Directorate General of Civil Aviation compliant as well as non-DGCA drone training programs. So Droneverse Aviation Private Limited, they will act as the key industry partner by providing technical expertise, industry linkage, and placement support for trained candidates. The Nagaland Beekeeping and Honey Mission, they signed a memorandum of understanding with ICICI Foundation for supporting rural development and inclusive growth. So the objective of the project is to promote Nagaland honey through the expansion and upgradation of the honey processing plant. So in which district is Muzilong Cliff located, where people from surrounding villages they come for rock bee harvesting? And in which year was Nagaland Beekeeping and Honey Mission launched by Government of Nagaland? So Chomfu potters, the keepers of a 500-year-old pottery tradition. So if the question is asked, what is Chomfu? Then you have to know that it is a traditional earthen pot. And it is used by which community? Then it is used by the Lota community. So these are the four sisters who have been keeping the age-old pottery tradition. Five districts report no rain in 2026 as Nagaland reels under large deficit. So from January 1st to February 28, 2026, Nagaland had received just 1.9 mm of rainfall against a normal of 32.5 mm, marking a 94% departure from normal and placing the state in the large deficit category as per rainfall data from the Indian Meteorological Department. So from here, what you have to remember is that this large deficit category, okay, the range that is, it ranges from minus 60% to minus 99%. So just remember this. Hega festival. So this festival, it is a traditional seed sowing festival of the Ziliang tribe. So this festival is this festival is one of the most important and the biggest festival among the Ziliang community. So it falls on the month of February from 10th to 14th every year. So this festival it invokes the Almighty God to shower his blessing upon his people with richness, luck, and courage. So it is also a festival of joy, rest, and get together. So on this day, people pray to Almighty God for protection and guidance. And on this festival, young couples are united for the future, and the festival is announced earlier, and all the preparations are done beforehand. So this festival begins with a variety of program and merrymaking. So the first day is known as Hega Teudap, second day Herika, third day Singrak, and fourth day Rodi, fifth day Koksui. Okay. Nagaland hosted the ninth edition of the Northeast Youth Festival 2026, and it was held from 18 to 21st of March in Jumkatima. So this festival was organized by Ministry of Youth Affairs and Sports, the Government of India, in collaboration with the Department of Youth Resources and Sports, Government of Nagaland. So it was funded by Ministry of Youth Affairs and Sports under the National Adolescents and Youth Development Program. So the previous edition, that is the 8th edition, it took place in Gangtok, Sikkim. So Nagaland had hosted the inaugural edition in Kohima in the year 2009. So the theme for 2026 edition was Ashta Lakshmi, celebrating 8 forces of youth and progress. And then the mascot was Hornbill. Okay, so remember this. The opening and closing ceremony, it took place at Chumukutima Football Stadium and Tetso College. They served as the venue for the competitive and non-competitive events, which was scheduled for from March 19 to 20. A special non-competitive segment, that is the Youth Adventure Program, where a group of select youths from 8 Northeast states, they were taken on a trek to explore Mount Pulebaze and followed by a visit to Kohima War Cemetery. A 2-day national symposium on the implementation of National Education Policy 2020 Challenges and Opportunities in Northeast Region. It was held at the National Institute of Technology, Nagaland in Chumukatima on February 28. So this symposium, it started on February 27 and it was conducted in association with the NIT Teachers Forum, a unit of the Akhil Bharatiya Rashtriya Sheshik Mahasangh and the All India Council for Technical Education. So the NITs of Sikkim, Arunachal Pradesh, Meghalaya, Silchar, Manipur, Agartala, and Mizoram were the co-organizers. So it was the first such event where the NITs of the region they collaborated on the challenges and opportunities of implementing the national education policy. So regarding NIT Nagaland, the director is Dr. A. Ilaya Perumal, and NIT Nagaland, it ranks in 100 to 150 band in the National Institutional Ranking Framework. So NIT Nagaland, it was set up by the Government of India in 2009 as part of the 11 5-year plan for imparting technical education in the state of Nagaland, and it started functioning from the academic year 2010. A 2-day Export State Summit 2026. It commenced at Rhododendron Hall Police Complex, Chumukutima. So this summit was organized by Department of Industries and Commerce in association with Nagaland Industrial Development Corporation Limited under the RAMP scheme, that is raising and accelerating MSME performance. So this is from the current affairs from the month of Feb. So on Feb 5th, Department of Industries and Commerce signed a memorandum of understanding with the Dash to facilitate export promotion initiatives, including setting up an export facilitation center. And which state emerged as the top performing state among the Northeast states in the Niti Aayog Export Preparedness Index 2024? The first ever Nagaland Forest Officers Conference. It was held at Jumupatima. So in this conference, according to the Forest Department, Nagaland is the only state in India that has forfeited funds from the Compensatory Afforestation Management and Planning Authority, that is CAMPA. So as you can see here, so CAMPA, it is a statutory body which was established under the Compensatory Afforestation Fund Act 2016 to compensate for the forest land which was diverted to non-forest uses. So Department of Environment, Forest and Climate Change, they control less than 5% of forest area, dropping to below 3% in terms of geographical coverage. Okay, it was highlighted in the conference. So Nagaland has only three state protected forests, that is Intanki, Pakim, and Singpan. As per the Indian State of Forest Report 2023, so this is a biennial report, right? So according to this, Nagaland recorded the highest forest decline in India between 2013 to 2023, losing almost 800 square kilometer. And in the Indian State of Forest Report, it also recorded a loss of 325 square kilometer between 2019 and 2021. So currently, the department is working to introduce reform in the transfer and posting of its personnel, making it mandatory to serve in remote districts as a prerequisite for promotions. So this was also highlighted in the conference. And then the department will also be categorizing posting into three zones, that is A, B, and C, where Zone C will comprise of Mon, Tuinsang, Longlan, Kifri, Noklak, and Chamator district. So considering either rule that no officer will be promoted unless they have served at least once in the Zone C district. The Department of Agriculture launched the Mega Oil Palm Plantation Drive under the National Mission on Edible Oils, Oil Palm 2025-26 at Chumukutima. So, National Mission on Edible Oils, Oil Palm, it is a centrally sponsored scheme. It was launched in 2021. So, it was launched to achieve self-reliance in edible oils. So, the primary goal is to significantly increase domestic crude palm oil production and expand oil palm cultivation areas to reduce India's heavy reliance on expensive imports. Terium village. So this village is under Chimukitima district, okay, and they celebrated their 25th anniversary. So remember, Terium village is under Chimukitima district. In order to create employment opportunities and connecting skilled youth with industry demand, Nagaland Skill and Entrepreneurship Development Mission, they organized a statewide mega job fair in collaboration with NILIT at the Integrated Business Hub and Innovation Center, Idan Forest Colony, Dimapur. So remember that this Integrated Business Hub and Innovation Center, okay, it is located in Dimapur. This NSEDM, it is a flagship program of the government of Nagaland under the initiative of Chief Minister, and it was launched on 29 May 2025. And it is aimed to address the issue of unemployment in the state of Nagaland by strengthening skill development, enhance employability, and facilitate sustainable wage and self-employment opportunities for the youth of Nagaland. So the vision of NSEDM is to empower how many youths in Nagaland? The exclusive Handloom Expo, Heritage on the Loom, it was inaugurated on March 17 at Dimapur. It was a 7-day expo and it was scheduled to run till March 23rd. It was organized by Weavers Service Center, Dimapur, and it was sponsored by the Department Commissioner for Handlooms, Ministry of Textiles, Government of India. So a total of 60 stalls represented Nagaland, Assam, West Bengal, Jharkhand, and Manipur. So Nagaland has around 35,000 weavers as per earlier census data, okay? And the number is likely to have increased, and the handloom industry is the second largest source of employment after agriculture, giving employment to 4.3 million, contributing significantly to livelihoods and clothing production, accounting for nearly 15% of the country's clothing needs. So Weaver Service Center Dimapur, they provide design support, technical training, and access to government welfare schemes. India has around 3.5 million handloom workers with approximately 43,000 in Nagaland according to census. The Confederation of Indian Industry, in collaboration with the Indian Digital Gaming and Esports Society and supported by the government of Nagaland, they hosted Level Up Northeast 2026 on March 28-29 at Agri Expo Complex in Dimapur. So it is touted as the Northeast India first dedicated platform for gaming, esports, and digital innovation. So the event featured an expo, esports tournaments, and master classes and skill sessions on SketchUp, digital art competition, job fair, and industry academia interactions. So Nagaland begins process to hand over Dimapur Stadium to Sports Authority of India. So this project, it's spread across 64.25 acres, okay, and it is one of the largest sports infrastructure initiative in the state of Nagaland. So Sports Authority of India, it is an autonomous body which was established in 1984 under the Societies Registration Act 1860 under the Ministry of Youth Affairs and Sports, Government of India. So it is the apex national sports body responsible for the development of sports in India at all levels. A 2-day workshop on intellectual property rights under the National Intellectual Property Yatra was organized from March 12 and 13, 2026 at the Integrated Business Hub and Innovation Center, Dimapur. The program was being organized by IPFC in collaboration with IDAN under the Ministry of MSME, and the program was open to startups, MSMEs, entrepreneurs, business owners, artisans, creators, artists, self-help groups, farmer producer organizations, NGOs, scholars, and researchers. So intellectual property refers to the legal rights protecting creative works and inventions, including literary works, music, design, trademarks, and trade names. So intellectual property rights, this grants the creator or the owner exclusive control over the use and distribution of their work, preventing others from copying or using it without permission. So, intellectual property is protected through copyright laws, patents, trademarks, and other legal mechanisms. This fosters innovation, creativity, and recognition of creators' rights. So, let me share you something about what's happening. So, the Morong Express. Okay. So, this newspaper, it is our go-to local news for every individual and for most of the aspirants. So Moral Express has an e-paper online that is their yearly subscription. So monthly it costs around 99 and then yearly it costs around 799. They made that in subscription basis because they need that money for reporters, for printing, for keeping the lights on. If they didn't need the money, then they would have made it available free of cost. But what we do is we download that image of that paper and then we convert it into PDF and then we share it to WhatsApp group and Telegram channel. So it is like giving away the whole thing for free, right? So they have already highlighted about that in their newspaper, in their social media accounts, like this unauthorized sharing leads to revenue loss, decreases subscriptions. So when we do that, fewer people pay up, the ads get cut and suddenly they're short, maybe around 10 to 15% of drop. Like what happened to other peppers, not only from Morong Express but for other peppers also. So imagine that they pay journalists to chase floods or festivals, but if everyone is reading pirated copies, that cash it dries up. Less money means less deep reporting. That means maybe no more Nagaland stories that you and I will trust. So piracy is sucking money from media. So what we have to do as an informed individual that we shouldn't encourage this and instead of helping the newspaper, what we are currently doing is we are hurting the pepper that keeps our community informed. Okay. And at the same time, I know that like for some it might not be affordable also, but there are sources. Now next, the Women Entrepreneurs Network Nagaland, they organize a 2-day hands-on skill development workshop on banana fiber crafts and jewelry making, equipping 40 women participants with practical skills to promote sustainable livelihoods and entrepreneurship. So this initiative was supported by Chief Minister Corpus Fund, Government of Nagaland, and it highlighted WEN's continued efforts to strengthen the women's economic independence through skill development. So when established? A stakeholder meeting on geographical indication initiatives for traditional crafts and handloom products of Nagaland was held on 5th March 2026 at the Nagaland Handloom and Handicraft Development Corporation, Dimapur. So this initiative it aimed to identify, document, and facilitate the filing of GI applications for traditional crafts and handloom product of Nagaland. So GI, geographical indication, is also an intellectual property rights. So a total of 24 products from Nagaland have been identified for geographical indication registration. So Northeastern region currently has 89 registered GI products with handicrafts forming the largest share with 48 products, followed by 28 agricultural products and 8 manufactured products and 5 food products. For Nagaland, Nagaland has secured geographical indication tax for four of its products, that is Naga Mircha in December 2nd, 2008, Naga Tree Tomato, March 23rd, 2015, Chakasang Shawul, October 24, 2017, Naga Cucumber, September 22nd, 2021. So regarding Geographical Indication of Goods Registration and Protection Act 1999, this act it came into effect from 15 September 2003. So geographical indication of goods, it refers to a place of origin of a product. So a person who is staying in Assam, okay, they cannot be selling this Chakasang Shawal, okay, because it has already received the GI tag from the state of Nagaland. Because this Chakasang Shawal, it originates from Nagaland. The Department for Promotion of Industry and Internal Trade, Ministry of Commerce and Industry awards GI tag in India. So the first GI tag product in India was Darjeeling tea from West Bengal. So this GI tag it is valid for 10 years and after which it can be renewed. So according to the most recent data, okay, Karnataka followed by Tamil Nadu and Uttar Pradesh, they rank among the states with the greatest number of GI tags. So, following its high profile inauguration in December last year, the local organic farmers mart officially opened its door to the public at the Serini Complex Niamo Lotha Road in Dimapur. Okay, so actually it was inaugurated last year, but it has been opened only now. See, the date is mentioned here. So remember that the local organic farmers mart was inaugurated on 2nd December, okay, in Dimapur. So central to this mission are two landmark agreements, a letter of intent, which was signed between the Department of Industries and Commerce and iFoam Organics Asia from South Korea, okay, and a memorandum of understanding in between the Coal Mountain Food Processing and Marketing Cooperative Society Limited and iFoam Organics Asia. So the event also marked the formal establishment of the Young Organic Global Network, Nagaland office, providing an opportunity for the state's youth to be at the forefront of the global organic movement. So this organic local farmers mart, okay, it is expected to serve as a vital hub which will allow local farmers to bypass traditional barriers and connect directly with consumers so that they will be able to reach the wider markets. The National Institute of Electronics and Information Technology, Dimapur, they conducted the first ever summer training program and distributed artificial intelligence of things kits to students of Christian Higher Secondary School and Government Higher Secondary School, Dimapur on March. So from here, what you have to remember is this SMART project, it is supported by the Ministry of Electronics and Information Technology. And through this project, NILIT aims to strengthen the digital literacy innovation and technology-based learning among the school students in Nagaland. So this SMART project, okay, it was launched last year on 14th November 2025 by Union Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman at Kohima, at NILIT Kohima. So you can have a look of this banner here, 14 November, Nirmala Sitharaman. So these are the targets, okay, of SMART program. So you can go through this. This picture is available in the internet also. So if this is not visible, you can download it from there. An Ayush Integrated Wellness Camp under the National Ayush Mission in collaboration with St. John Red Ribbon Club and NSS was conducted at St. John College, Dimapur. The theme was Mindful Living. So this program, it aimed to promote awareness on the holistic health and well-being among students and participants. So the full form of Ayush is Ayurveda, Yoga, Naturopathy, Unani, Siddha, and homeopathy. The Department of Industries and Commerce, in collaboration with the Nagaland Industrial Development Corporation Limited, conducted a 4-day technology clinic on waste to resource technologies under the RAM scheme with technical support from Nagaland Tool and Training Center, Dimapur. So RAM is supported by World Bank and it is a central sector scheme and it was launched by Prime Minister Narendra Modi on 30th June 2022. So it is being implemented by the Ministry of MSME over the period of 5 years, that is from 2022 to 23 to 2026 to 27. So this RAM scheme, it aims to promote center-state collaboration by providing grants to states for preparation of strategic investment plan, which is a roadmap developed by the respective state or union territories for development of MSME sector in the state. So RAM scheme, it targets to benefit 5.5 lakh MSME during the 5-year implementation period. The foundational literacy and numeracy assessment test, it was successfully conducted across Dimapur and Tuensang district under ULLAS. ULLAS stands for Understanding of Lifelong Learning for All in Society. So this ULLAS program, it is making a positive impact in promoting education and enhancing foundational literacy and numeracy skills in the region. So just before, few minutes back, we have discussed about this ULLAS, right? So try to recall the age group. The virtual launch of the National Human Papilloma Virus Vaccination Program against cervical cancer was held in Naga Hospital Authority Kohima on 28 February 2026. So this national launch, it was led virtually by Prime Minister Narendra Modi, marking a significant step towards the prevention of cervical cancer in the country. So in Nagaland, the state level launch was carried out virtually by Chief Minister Dr. Niferyu. So about 90.79% of cervical cancer. So this cervical cancer is the second most common cancer among Indian women. Okay. So about 90.79% of cervical cancer cases are caused by persistent infection of the genital tract by high risk types of HPV, that is human papilloma virus. Although the disease affects women in their prime age, it is 100% preventable through vaccination. So this campaign, it aims to vaccinate all eligible girls who are aged 14 years across the country with a single dose of Gardasil 4 vaccine at all government health facilities. So HPV vaccine, it targets types 16 and 18, which are responsible for nearly 80% of the cervical cancer cases in India. Dr. Mirin Inla Sinlam, Principal Director, Health and Family Welfare, inaugurated the State Newborn Resource Center at Naga Hospital, Kohima on February 27, 2026. So this State Newborn Resource Center, it has been established as a center of excellence dedicated to advancing neonatal health services. So this facility will serve as the APAC Center for Neonatal Care in Nagaland, integrating upgraded special newborn care units and advanced clinical infrastructure. So, the primary objective of this State Newborn Resource Center is to reduce infant mortality and eliminate preventable neonatal deaths. So the state government has acknowledged the generous support of Toyota Kirloskar, which contributed critical biomedical equipment to strengthen neonatal services. So, neonatal, this relates to the first 28 days of a newborn baby's life. The Economics and Statistics Department on March 17 launched the Bal Aadhaar registration counter, its directorate in Kohima. So this initiative, it enables Aadhaar linked birth registration for children in the age group that is 0 to 5, okay, through the Child Enrollment Light Client Kit, ensuring that children are enrolled in the national identity system at an early age. So remember that biometric data, it is not collected during enrollment for children below the 5 years of age, but mandatory biometric updates will be required once the child attains the age of 5 and 15. So similar facilities will also soon be extended to all the district economics and statistics offices with necessary procedures currently underway in coordination with the Unique Identification Authority of India. The National Health Mission, in collaboration with SWASTI, okay, the Health Catalyst and its partners, the Entrepreneurs Association and Tata AIG, They formally handed over a mobile medical unit vehicle to the Department of Health and Family Welfare, Government of Nagaland, following completion of a project in Zanapoto district. The mobile medical unit and social protection services are currently being implemented in Kifri district under a memorandum of understanding between the two parties, and it will be extended to other districts in a phased manner. So Swasti, the health catalyst, has also provided blood bank equipment to the district hospital Mon, with plans to extend such support to other hospitals. So the newly inducted mobile medical unit, it is expected to enhance the last mile healthcare delivery in Zunabuttu by providing essential medical services to remote areas. Nagaland Deputy Chief Minister for Planning and Transformation and National Highway, T.R. Ziliang, inaugurated the office building of the Nagaland Institute of Transformation at the Nagaland Civil Secretariat, Kohima. So it was established in January 2026 under the State's Planning and Transformation Department. So this Nagaland Institute of Transformation, okay, it is supported by Niti Aayog under its state support mission. So this institute, it aims to design development strategies by leveraging expertise from knowledge institutions, development partners, multilateral agencies, civil society organizations, and academia. The Nagaland State Human Rights Commission office, okay, it was formally inaugurated by Justice Songkup Chung Serto. He is the chairman of Nagaland State Human Rights Commission. So remember this. So this office, it was inaugurated at Kohima. So he unveiled the inaugural plaque and the release of the Universal Declaration of Human Rights display board translated into recognized languages and dialects of Nagaland. So with this initiative, Nagaland also joins the global effort of making the declaration available in over 500 languages worldwide. So our state also takes pride in being among the few who have a dedicated office for its Human Rights Commission. So under Universal Declaration Human Rights, there are 30 articles, okay? So you can go through this. The Universal Declaration of Human Rights, it is a landmark international document which was adopted by the United Nations General Assembly on 10th of December 1948 at Paris. So it sets out for the first time the fundamental human rights to be universally protected. But remember that this Universal Declaration of Human Rights, they are not legally binding. So this declaration outlines 30 rights and freedoms that belong to all of us and that nobody can take away from us. New center launched to preserve Naga knowledge. So Dr. Avino Kire and Dr. Meneno Vamuzo Rako, they set up the Naga Heritage Center in Kohima with the intent of preserving, revitalizing, safeguarding, promoting, and increasing awareness of Naga heritage through various means. So this Naga Heritage Center, it will document the oral narratives not only as means of preserving them for the present generation of Nagas, but also for the future generations. So it will document the oral narratives by systematically tracing, recording, collecting, and documenting the Naga oral narratives, including stories, history, legends, folk tales, and traditional teachings, which contain keys to knowledge of the past, history, ecosystem, and the rich intangible cultural heritage. So, People Stories Volume 1, okay? As you can see here, this was authored by Avino Kire and Meneno Vamuzo Rako. So, People's Stories Volume 1, the first volume of the stories gathered from various sources, was published under the imprint of Pentrill in the year 2016. And it was formally released by former Chief Minister of Nagaland, Dr. Shirhozele Lezitsil, and former Minister Dio Nuku. So 10 years later, a revised edition of the People's Stories Volume 1 by Avino Kire and then Meneno Vamuzorako with a fresh cover featuring a photograph of Longri Kichu is being published by Pentrill Publication House, marking its 117th publication. An original musical, A Winter Night's Dream, the musical based on a traditional Sumi Naga folk tale, premiered on 7 and 8 of March at the Regional Center of Excellence for Music and Performing Arts, Jotsuma, Kohima. The musical draws inspiration from the popular folk story Nisapa and Nisala, a narrative exploring themes of forbidden love, longing, loss, and redemption. So this project was by Otunashiku. So remember the Nisapa and Nisala, this folk story, it is related to the Suminaga tribe. National Cadet Corps Festival and Alumni Meet Nagaland. It was held at the Regional Center of Excellence for Music and Performing Arts, Jotsama. So which organization was established on 15th of July 1948 with the motto Unity and Discipline? The creators meet an interaction with Padma Bhushan Sri Javed Akhtar. He is also the chairman of the Indian Performing Rights Society. Okay, so this interaction it took place on March 21 at the Regional Center of Excellence for Music and Performing Arts, Jotsuma. So the event was organized by Task Force for Music and Arts, Nagaland, in association with IPRS and Investment of Development Authority of Nagaland. So regarding Javed Akhtar, he is the first Indian to receive the Richard Dawkins Award in 2020, and he is also the first Indian to be honored with Russia's Dostoevsky Award in June 2025. He was awarded with Padma Shri in 1999 and Padma Bhushan in 2007. The first ever Tenyame Youth Cultural Festival 2026. It took place on March 25 at the iconic Naga Heritage Village, Kisama. So it brought together thousands of youths under the theme Unity Through Cultural Heritage. So this Tenyame Youth Cultural Festival 2026, it was organized by the Tenyame Union Nagaland. So this union, it was formed in the year 2023, okay? So the Tenyame Union Nagaland, it represents a collective of 10 affiliated groups, 5 from Nagaland and then 5 from Manipur. So from Nagaland, that is Angami, Chakasang, Rengma, Puchuri, and Ziliang. And regarding Tenyede, it is a Tibeto-Burman language of the Bodo Naga subgroup. Okay, so it is a language which is spoken by the Tenyime group of Nagas, which comprises of Angami, Chakasang, Rengma, Puchuri, Ziliang, Maram, Tangkal, Mau, Pomai, and Inpuri tribes. So these are from the Manipur. So the Department of Tenyede under Nagaland University, it was started in the year 1997. The State Council of Educational Research and Training Nagaland in collaboration with Dream a Dream. So Dream a Dream, it is a non-profit organization, okay? And Dream a Dream, they work to empower young people who face adversity. So at CERT, in collaboration with Dream a Dream, they conducted the phase 2 of the State Resource Group training on social emotional learning at Kohima. The District School and Systems Leaders Professionals Learning Community. So it was launched at Kohima. So school education alone in our state consumes about 8.3 to 8.5% of the state allocation. So School Leadership Academy of Nagaland, it was established in the year 2023. And then the Sustainable Development Goal number 4, it is related to quality education. And Nagaland has emerged as India's third most literate state at 95.7% behind Kerala and Mizoram. So during the launch of the district school and system leaders professional learning community, these key points were shared. The 6-day Saras Fair 2026. It was organized by Nagaland State Rural Livelihoods Mission under the Department of Rural Development, Government of Nagaland. So Saras, it stands for Sale of Articles of Rural Artisan Society. So Saras Fair, it is also a platform that celebrates and recognizes the contributions of rural women by showcasing their product skills and craftsmanship. So UCO Bank organized the Resource MSME and Agriculture Carnival in Kohima on March 25th. So a 2-day Japan caravan, okay, it is a cultural exchange program which is aimed at showcasing Japan's cultural heritage and fostering cultural ties with Nagaland, and it was held at the State Academy of Music and Dance Hall in Kohima. So Japan Caravan, it was organized by the Embassy of Japan in India in collaboration with Indian Council for Cultural Relations, Ministry of External Affairs, Government of India, and the Department of Art and Culture, Government of Nagaland. The Dream Team Kohima, in collaboration with the Social Welfare Department, Government of Nagaland, they organized the cross-country run. So that was 9.9 kilometer for both men and women on March 28 from Kohima to
from BOC Kohima to Naga Heritage Village. So the event is designed to run to end the silence, run for mental health and drug-free Nagaland. A 2-day capacity building program on cybersecurity and awareness on the City Integrated Command and Control Center. It commenced at the Capital Cultural Hall Kohima on March 25th. So this program, it was jointly organized by Kohima Smart City Development Limited and the Kohima Police with MMB Cyber School. So this City Integrated Command and Control Center, it will serve as the central hubs for city operations, including like surveillance, traffic management, emergency response, and public safety, making robust cybersecurity practices essential. So this program is being conducted under the Smart City mission of the Ministry of Housing and Urban Affairs. So Bihar State Foundation Day, it was celebrated at the Dr. Imkong Liba Aung Hon Lok Bhavan, Kohima on March 22nd in the presence of Nagaland Governor Nan Kishore Yadav. So Bihar became a state on March 22, 1912, and the current Legislative Assembly is the 18th. They have 243 seats. So in the Lok Sabha, they have 40, and then in the Rajya Sabha, they have 16 seats. So Nitish Kumar, he was included in the World Book of London because he took 10 chief ministerial oaths. So the current Bihar governor is Lieutenant Gen Syed Atta Hasnain. So, state level celebration of National Science Day 2026, it was held at Kohima on February 28th. So, the theme for National Science Day was Women in Science, Catalyst Vixen Bharat. So, in Nagaland, there are more than 70,000 registered unemployed youth. So, from that statistics, okay, it indicated that 90% of them are art students. So, awards were presented during Nagaland Science Mission. Okay, so Sashimula I. Longkamer, she was conferred with the Girl Child Award 2025. Dr. Visato Moore, the Samadangla Au, Dr. Limaman Pom, and Sopi Meadow, they were awarded the Awards of Research Grant for Indigenous Nagas of Nagaland 2025. Awards for Outstanding Achievement in Science and Technology 2025. It was awarded to Dr. Sapu Changija and Dr. Vinotole Kamo, and Dr. Imrisungla Iyer was conferred with Award for Young Scientist 2025. The Oilseed Kisan Mela cum National Seminar on Sustainable Pathway for Scaling Oilseed Production in the Northeastern region of India. It was held at ICAR Research Complex in Medzipima. A 10-day ICAR sponsored short course on climate smart agriculture, tools and techniques for biotic and abiotic stress management. It was inaugurated at Medzipima campus of Nagaland University. So the objective of the program were on emphasizing the urgency of addressing climate change and stressed the importance of climate resilient agriculture. So the course, it focused on three key aspects of climate smart agriculture, that is productivity, adaptation, and mitigation. So what is abiotic stress and biotic stress? So abiotic stress, it refers to the negative impact of non-living factors on living organisms in a specific environment. So when non-living factors in the environment, they make the life difficult for plant, that is known as abiotic stress. So abiotic stress are non-living stresses, okay? So non-living stresses include temperature, cold, heavy metal, drought, heat, shock, salinity, flooding, etc. Like suppose if a plant is grown in a very hot, dry desert with no rain for weeks, so the soil is bone dry and the plant starts wilting, leaves will turn yellow, and the growth will stop. Right. So this is abiotic stress caused by drought. Other examples will be like too much heat, too much cold, salty soil, heavy metals in the soil, or flooding. That is too much water. And regarding biotic stress, it refers to the damage which are caused by plants, by other living organisms such as pests, weeds, and even other plants. So when living organisms damage or attack the plant, that is known as biotic stress. So biotic stress are living stresses. So when caterpillars they eat the leaves of a tomato plant, the leaves will get holes and the plant becomes weak and it may not produce good food. So this is biotic stress caused by insects. The Tribal Resilience Initiatives for Building Environmentally Sustainable Livelihoods Tribes project titled Enhancing Farm Productivity Through Integrated Fishery and Promoting aromatic and medicinal plants for sustainable livelihood in Tuli Mukokchong. It was inaugurated at Kangtsung village. So this project was supported by NABARD and it was implemented by Community Educational Center Society. So the medicinal and aromatic plants initiative under the project is first of its kind in Nagaland to be funded by NABARD. So when was NABARD established? And NABARD was established on the recommendation of which committee? And regional rural banks were established on the recommendation of which committee? So try to recall this three. So two new fish species discovered in Mukokchung district. So the name of the species were Glyptothorax centimarini and Oryctis ilianae. So Glyptothorax centimarini, it was discovered in the rocky stretches of the Diku River, and then the second species that is Oryctis ilianae, it was found in the tributary of the Tsurang River. So the name of these two species, okay, they were named after the son and daughter of late Professor Limakam. Centimarini for the boy and Ilane for the girl. So before he passed away, he was working with the team, okay, and this was like fulfilling his last wish. MLA Nuklutushi, he sought the intervention of Chief Minister Dr. Niferio for the early completion and operationalization of the Common Facility Center Food Processing Unit at Yongyumsan in Mukokchung District. So this project, okay, that is the Common Facility Center Food Processing Unit. It was first conceptualized in 2009. So this facility it was designed to manufacture, process, and package agricultural produce. The Mukokchung Forest Division has successfully organized an exposure visit to Meghalaya under the Forest and Biodiversity Management in the Himalaya Nagaland project. So the project was co-financed by the Federal Republic of Germany through KfW, and then it focused on strengthening the biodiversity conservation and improving community livelihoods through sustainable forest management. So regarding the forest and biodiversity management in the Himalaya Nagaland project, so this project it focuses on the sustainable and the effective management of forest and biodiversity in Nagaland. It strengthens the adaptive conservation planning at the village, community conserved area, and landscape levels in order to improve the biodiversity management in selected areas, enhance livelihoods of targeted communities, and build stakeholders' capacity in the conservation. So this project is for a duration up to 8 years, that is from 2020 to 2027. This project currently covers six districts, that is Kohima, Mokokchung, Peren, Tuinsang, Woka, and Chamator, and across seven landscapes, 13 community conserved areas, and 64 villages. So the key components include conservation, planning, and entry point activities, community conserved area management, biodiversity-based livelihoods interventions, capacity enhancement, strengthening of the Nagaland State Biodiversity Board, and project monitoring evaluation with support from implementation and consulting agencies. So the focus for the year 2026 will be on conservation measures, followed by operationalizing of the conservation fund in the year 2027. So the project implementing agencies are Department of Environment, Forest and Climate Change, Nagaland Empowerment of People through Economic Development. The Border Area Cultural Exchange Program, it took place at Dan ITC in Noklak District along Indo-Myanmar border. So Indo-Myanmar border is 1,643 kilometer. So this collaboration was between the Northeast Zone Cultural Center, Ministry of Culture, Government of India, and the Department of Arts and Culture, Government of Nagaland. The state-of-the-art facility, the Giant Skills Center, it was inaugurated at Choklangan village. So this program, it marked the second major initiative of the Miraculum Society Nagaland following the success of its educational center at Noklak. So this facility, it will be managed by the Elon New Group. So this group, okay, they are known for their expertise in traditional thread making and weaving, producing bags, shawls, and garments. So this particular question was asked in NCS 2025 pre. So Vikono Sachu, the former Miss Nagaland, and she is the founder of Miraculum Society. So, Parent District, they welcomed another season of the Parent District Football League. The first session was started in the year 2022. Parent District Football League, it opened on March 7 with the launch of Sports Matrix. So, it's Sports Matrix. It is a unified digital platform that manages tournaments, tracks performance, and connects the entire sports ecosystem. As you can see here, so this sports matrix, okay, it was built and owned by Ziliang Kodak Private Limited. And then the founder and CEO of Ziliang Kodak Private Limited is Kang Zhang Ziliang. The two-day 17 Biodiversity Festival of the Northeast Network, it was held on the theme Agroecology for Community Resilience at Nan Resource Center, Chizamipek District. A seed exchange program which was aimed at sustainability was also held among the five tribes, that is Angami, Chakasang, Yimkyung, Kaminan, and Kuchuri. So members of the Naro clan in Zulhami village, Peg district, they have formally resolved to restore their original identity as the Vero clan. So actually this Naro clan, they were historically known as the Vero clan, okay, but with time they were identified as the Naro clan due to certain circumstances. So, after a collective deliberation, 51 households comprising of 235 members, they unanimously declared that they shall henceforth be known and addressed as Vero clan. A blacksmith training program, it was launched at the District Cultural Hall, Shamator, targeting to develop 3,000 skilled laborers in the district. Hukir village in Chamator district, they solemnly observed the 71st anniversary of the First Indo-Naga War on March 24. The ICAR CTCRI NEH training program on improved varieties and value addition technologies in tuber crops, it was held at TU Hall, Wokha. So the program was organized by ICAR CTCRI in Tiruvananthapuram in collaboration with Krishi Vigyan Kendra Wokha, National Rural Livelihood Mission Wokha, and Mission Shakti Beti Bachao Beti Padhao in convergence with the District Administration Wokha. So Nagaland is the fourth largest producer of cassava, that is tapoika, in the country, but the crop is not widely utilized commercially in the state. District level, Viksit Bharat Youth Parliament 2026. It was held at Monty College under the theme 50 Years of Emergency Lessons of Indian Democracy. So regarding emergency, these are some of the questions. So try to recall this. The emergency in India was formally proclaimed under which article of the Constitution? The idea of including emergency provisions in the country of India has been taken from which country? Which article of the Indian Constitution says there shall be a parliament for the union consisting of the president and two houses to be named, that is Rajya Sabha and Lok Sabha. Sustainable Development Goals Mukha District Composite Score. It improved from 59.33 and it ranked 91 out of 103 districts in Northeast. For the year 2021 to 22 to 71.5 and it ranks 44 out of 121 districts in the year 2023 to 24. That means the rank have been improved for the Wokha district. Steel fabrication training under PACES launched in Wokha. So the full form of PACES is providing access to core employability skills. The Tizu Valley Biodiversity Conservation and Livelihood Network 6.0 edition of the Chengu Festival. So this Chengu Festival is also known as the Great Barbet Festival, okay? So it was held on March 20 at Sukhai village under Zinabuto district. So this event, it was co-powered by Nagaland Tourism Department along with partners including VNV Advisory, TERI, Mountains to Mangroves, Aboriginal Energy, Plug TV, Ground Up, and Fest. So the first Chengu festival, it was held in January 2019. The second edition of the Hero Green Award was also given. So this award, it recognized six exceptional individuals and organizations for their dedication to environmental conservation, sustainability, and nature protection. So the awardees were Green Club Zuniputo, Tesholo Naro. He is also known as the Butterfly Man of Nagaland. Okay. Vitoka Ke Aye, the Silver Vision, Ruichin Lo Camp, and Rokongule Miyase. The first ever Satoi Connect Fest, it was scheduled from March 26 to 28 in Zunabuto. So it was organized on a team community first, conservation always. So during this fest, the model termed community social responsibility, it was introduced during the 3 day Satoi Connect Fest, which was organized by the Zunabuto Forest Division. So unlike corporate social responsibility, okay, corporate social responsibility, it is driven by corporations, whereas community social responsibility, it is driven by the people, making responsibility participatory, inclusive, and sustainable. So it promotes a culture of we before me. So community social responsibility, it complements the government sustainable development goals and other community development programs. A free cataract eye surgery camp, it was conducted at district hospitals in Iputo from February 23 to 27 under the aegis of the National Program for Control of Blindness and Visual Impairment, Directorate of Health and Family Welfare, Nagaland. So, National Program for Control of Blindness and Visual Impairment. Okay, it was launched in the year 1976 as a 100% centrally sponsored scheme. So, surgery is the only option if vision is totally blocked due to cataract. A delegation from the Department of Environment, Forest and Climate Change, Government of Nagaland, visited the Rainforest Research Institute, Jorhat, on March 6 to explore avenues for scientific collaboration in sustainable forest management and the cultivation of economically important tree species such as agarwood and teak. So, Rainforest Research Institute, it functions under the Indian Council of Forestry Research and Education, and it focuses on forestry research in Northeast India. So RFRI scientists, they informed the delegation about an indigenous inoculation technology called as SASHI. So what is this SASHI? So SASHI can induce agarwood formation within 2 years. Okay. Nagaland observes World TB Day. So district across Nagaland observed the World Tuberculosis Day on March 24 and launched a 100-day TB Mukt Bharat Abhiyan. The district tuberculosis elimination program Kohima and NHM Nagaland observed the day at a DC conference hall Kohima on the theme Yes, We Can End TB, led by Bharat, powered by Jan Bhagidari. So the highlight of the event was the felicitation of the TB-free villages under TB Mukt Panchayat initiative. So on the occasion, awardees were also presented with certificates and Mahatma Gandhi statues, that is bronze for first year achievers, silver for 2 consecutive years, and gold for 3 years of sustained TB free status. So for February 2025, a total of 22 villages in Kohima were honored, including 1 gold, 4 silver, and 17 bronze awardees. So the gold, it was awarded to Seha Pesa village. So you remember this village name. So in the global scenario, the positive cases for TB were 134 per 1 lakh people. So India stood at 195 per lakh, making India a one-fourth contributor in the global scenario. So the 2024 data for Nagaland also showed an alarming statistics with 196 per lakh cases. So the government of India commitment to eliminating TB is by the year 2030. So Nagaland observed Earth Hour on March 28. So this Earth Hour, it is observed on March 28 from 8:30 p.m. to 9:30 p.m. So, and this day is observed globally on the last Saturday of the month of March. Okay. So, for this year, it was on March 28. So, this day is organized by the World Wildlife Fund. And then the year 2026, it steps into the 20 year of observance. The Nagaland State Commission for Women, in collaboration with the National Commission for Women, they organize a district-wide Mahila Jan Sunwai, which means public hearings across Nagaland from March 9 to 13 to commemorate International Women's Day. A 7-member media delegation from Nagaland, they arrived in Bihar on March 16 for a week-long press tour organized by the Press Information Bureau, Ministry of Information and Broadcasting. So the tour continued till March 22nd, and it was designed to provide the visiting journalists with exposure to key government initiatives and historically significant sites across Patna, Nalanda, Rajgir, and Bodh Gaya. So the current governor of Bihar is Lieutenant General Syed Atta Hosnain. So these are some facts related to the site's visits of Nagaland media members. So you can go through this. A Nagaland University led multi institute research team. They have developed a biodegradable biopolymer that could offer an eco friendly alternative to conventional plastics and help tackle the growing global crisis of microplastic pollution. So, microplastic, okay, they are tiny plastic particles that accumulate in the environment. So, they have emerged as a pollutants of global concern due to their widespread presence across ecosystems. So because of their small size, these particles they are easily ingested by organisms, especially filter feeders, and they gradually accumulate in the food chain. So through a process known as biomagnification, the concentration of microplastics increases at each trophic level, eventually reaching humans at the top of the food chain, thereby posing significant risk to human health and ecosystems. So, in order to address this challenge, researchers from Nagaland University and partner institutions they focus on producing a biodegradable bacterial polymer called as polyhydroxybutyrate. PHP. So this polymer it was produced from a bacterial strain called as Bacillus subtilis FW1. So you remember this. So regarding Nagaland University, it is the 13th central university and the only central university in Nagaland. So it was established based on the Act of Parliament of India and it received the assent of the President of India on 20th October 1989 as the Nagaland University Act 1989. So the university it came into being on September 6, 1994. The first Crimson Festival 2026, okay, it was hosted by Sazali College in Jotsma. Tetsu College, they launched the 7th edition of the A&D Solar Enterprise Pow Wow Arena National Level Sports Festival. So this Pow Wow Festival, it is regarded as the largest youth festival in Nagaland and it had drawn participation from 33 institutions, including 3 from Assam. The Northeast Shiksha Samvad 2026. It was held at Tetsu College in Jumagatima. So Samvad, it is a platform under Shiksha Graha movement, which is aimed at ensuring access to quality education in public schools. And it was supported by HDFC Bank, Parivartan in association with Mantra for Change and Elevate Foundation. So Kevisato Sanyu, he is the founder of Naga Ed and director of Elevate Foundation. The Department of Philosophy of Patkar Christian College, they organize a seminar on the theme, Knowing Responsibility, Indigenous Knowledge, and the Ethics of Research. Vice President of India, C.P. Radhakrishnan, he attended the 8th convocation ceremony of Nagaland University. So Article 63 of the Indian Constitution, there shall be a Vice President of India, and Article 64, the Vice President shall be the ex officio chairman of the Council of States, that is Rajya Sabha. A meeting which was aimed to revive the Nagaland Press Association. It was held on February 27 at the residence of Jeffrey Yadin. He is the editor of Nagaland Post. So the meeting was attended by representatives of media houses, including Nagaland Post, Tir Yum, Eastern Mirror, and the Morong Express. So Nagaland Press Association, it was formed on November 10, 2011. So these are the list of newspapers in Nagaland, so you can go through this. And then who is the editor of Morong Express? So Nagaland got a new governor, that is Nan Kishore Yadav. He has been appointed as the 23rd Nagaland governor, okay, by President of India, Draupadi Murmu. So Guwahati High Court Chief Justice Ashutosh Kumar, he administered the oath of office and secrecy to Yadav at a simple ceremony which was held at Lok Bhavan in Kohima. So regarding Nan Kishore Yadav, he is a senior leader of the Bharatiya Janata Party and a member of the Rashtriya Swayamsevak Sangh, and he had served as the 17th Speaker of the Bihar's Legislative Assembly from 2024 to 2025 and earlier had key portfolios including road construction and health in the government of Bihar. So these are the other changes among the governors of this state. So you can go through this one. So regarding the appointment of a governor of a state, okay, Article 1553, okay, It outlines that there shall be a governor for each state and oath of office. It is mentioned in Article 156. Remember that a governor is not elected, but it is appointed, okay? And it is appointed by the President of India. And Article 156, it says that the governor shall hold office at the pleasure of the President of India, okay? For example, as long as the president wants Nan Kishore Yadav to be the governor of Nagaland, he can be the governor of Nagaland for like 10, 15 years, okay? And Article 157, it talks about the qualifications of a governor. He must be a citizen of India, minimum age should be 35 years, and he should not be a member of parliament or state legislature. So, which constitutional amendment act facilitated the appointment of the same person as governor for two or more states? And who was the first governor of Nagaland? So, try to recall this. KG Kenya, he is the Minister of Power and Parliamentary Affairs, and he has been appointed as the Chief Whip of Naga's People Front Legislature Party in the 40 Nagaland Legislative Assembly. So, an official of a political party whose task is to ensure party discipline in a legislature, he is known as a whip. Okay, it can also refer to a designated official authorized by a party to issue a whip. Primary responsibilities of a whip include ensuring that party members they vote according to the party's policies, making sure that legislators attend the voting sessions, preventing defection and internal rebellion within the party. The whip acts as the party's enforcers, okay, ensuring that members do not vote based on personal ideologies or constituents, but in line with the party's stance. So this concept of whip in India, it was inherited from the British parliamentary system. If you disobey the whip, okay, then you may face disqualification under the anti-defection law. This anti-defection law, it is mentioned in the 10th schedule of the Constitution and it was enacted via the 52nd Amendment 1985. So the Supreme Court has also ruled that MLAs defying a whip in the House will be treated as defectors, leading to disqualification. Limitations of the whip's authority. So there are some certain limitations. That is, the whip cannot direct legislators in certain cases, such as presidential elections and Rajya Sabha elections. Also, the whip's role it is not codified in the constitution. Okay, so it is authority largely based on convention. So legislators they do not have no personal freedom to vote. So even if you want to vote against a certain bill, okay, but if the whip says you have to vote in favor of the bill, then you have to vote. So whips can be misused by party leadership to enforce votes against the conscience of elected representatives. So in case where public sentiments differs from a party policies, the legislators they face a moral and political dilemma. So there are three types of whips, okay? That is one line whip, two line whip, and three line whip. So you can go through this. As Sukumaran Jamir, MP of Lok Sabha and President of the Nagaland Pradesh Congress Committee, okay? He has been nominated to the newly constituted India Chile Parliamentary Friendship Group. So this India Chile Parliamentary Friendship Group, it aims to enhance cooperation, mutual understanding and dialogue between parliamentarians of the two nations on matters of shared interest including trade, culture development and global cooperation. So Northeast India Christian Council has appointed Reverend Dr. Mayu Chankiri as its General Secretary for the term 2026 to 2030. So with this appointment, Reverend Dr. Chankiri, he becomes the first Naga to serve as the full-time General Secretary of NEICC since the Council's formation in 1937. So Northeast India Christian Council, it was formed in the year 1937. Nebozile Solo from Ward 11, he was unanimously elected as the chairperson of the Kohima Municipal Council. So this election, it was held in accordance with the powers which was conferred under Section 12, Clause 456 and Section 18, Clause 1A of the Nagaland Municipal Act 2023. So I have mentioned the clauses here, sections and the clauses, so you can go through this. The Election Commission of India has appointed Dr. Neeraj Shukla, IAS, as the General Observer and Dr. Sridhar Reddy, IRS, as the Expenditure Observer for the upcoming by-election to the 28th Koredang Assembly constituency. The Kohima Press Club Election Commission formally announced the new Executive Council for the tenure 2026 to 29. So now the current president of Kohima Press Club is Vishu Rita Kosha, okay? She replaced Alice Yoshul. So the formation of Kohima Press Club, it was in 20th January 2020. one. So remember that Alice Yoshu, she was the first woman president of KPC. The Northeast Sanstha Delhi has honored Yoshe Chava from Nagaland with the Northeast India Achievers 2026 during the Northeast Conference 2026 held at Mavalankur Auditorium, Constitution Club, New Delhi. So Yoshe Chava, he is from Biswema village in Kohima district, okay? And he was recognized for his lifelong and selfless service towards the preservation of the indigenous indigenous Angami Naga faith and culture, and for strengthening community resilience. He is also a central leader of the Jafu Piki Futsana Kesiko Keho and founder of Jafu Piki Futsana School. Why Nuklu Pom? He won the Whitley Award in 2021. Okay, he was in the news, so I've just added here. So he won the Whitley Award in 2021 for his efforts creating Biodiversity Peace Corridor. So this Biodiversity Peace Corridor, it is a network of community-owned forests in Nagaland and protecting the Amur Pelton. So he is the only Indian to win the prestigious award. So this Biodiversity Peace Corridor, it is an extension of the Yong Yimchen Community Biodiversity Area. That is a 10 square kilometer area in Yong Yimchen, Holmes ancestral village in Longland district, where he set up a community-based conservation model. So this Whitley Award, okay, it is also known as the Green Oscar. Renowned Naga writer, late Dr. Tim Salaau, is among the Indian authors featured in the new Class 9 English textbook introduced by the Nagaland Council of Educational Research and Training. So the new Class 9 English textbook called Kaveri, okay, it has been prepared in line with the National Curriculum Framework for School Education 2023, and it aims to increase the representation of Indian authors while streamlining the syllabus. So, apart from Tumsilaao, the book also featured work by noted Indian writers including Subramanya Bharati, Sudhamurthy, Rabindranath Tagore, and Mitra Pukan. So, some facts related to Tumsilaao. She was born on 25th October 1945 and she died on 9 October 2022. So, she was a Padma Shri awardee. So, she received the Padma Shri in 2007. She received the Governor's Gold Medal in 2009, Sahitya Academy Award in 2013, Kusumagraj National Literature Award in 2015. She was also appointed as the chairperson of the Nagaland State Commission for Women in 2012, and she served 2 terms till 2019. So she also has an entry on folklore of Nagaland in the Greenwood Encyclopedia of World Folklore and Folklife, Westport, Connecticut. So some of her notable works are This Hill's Cold Home, Laburnum for My Head, Once Upon a Life, Burnt Clay and Bloody Rags, a Memoir. So Naga musician Imnaila Jamir, she became an official endorsee of the globally renowned guitar brand Ibanez, making her the first female Ibanez guitar endorsee from India. Nagaland SDG Action Awards 2025. So this award it was presented by Deputy Chief Minister T.R. Zilang to Pinnacle Skills for Economic Sustainability, Good Samaritan Women's Society for Social Development, and Mobius Team Nagaland YouthNet for Environment Sustainability. So each award carried a memento certificate and a cash prize of rupees 50,000. So sustainable development goals are known as what? So Niti Aayog had released the second edition of the Northeastern Region District Sustainable Development Goals Index 2023-24. So in this, Nagaland district Mukukchong with a score of 7843, it ranks in the fourth. And also the fourth edition of Sustainable Development Goals India Index for 2023-24, which was released by Niti Aayog in the year 2024 on 9 July, Nagaland's overall composite score had improved from 61 in 2020 to 21 to 63 in 2023 to 24. So the state was ranked 25, okay, and it came under the performer status. So the state also ranked first in the Sustainable Development Goals number 5, okay, so it talks about the gender equality. So the 38th Nagaland Wrestling Association Naga Traditional Wrestling Championship 2026. So it was held in Kohima, okay, from 6th to 7th of March 2026. So the winner was Kezaselo O Penyo, okay, he retained his title at the 38th Nagaland Wrestling Association Naga Traditional Wrestling Championship 2026 and he defeated Menyosityo Yese in the final bout. So Kenny or Naga wrestling it is a folk wrestling style and traditional sport of the Nagas. So the objective of the sport It is to bring any part of the opponent's body above the knee, okay, to the ground. The Nagaland Pencak Silat girls team, they delivered an impressive performance, emerging runner-up, securing a total of 18 medals, that is 8 gold, 2 silver, and 8 bronze at the Ashmita Khelo India Pencak Silat League 2026 East Zone, okay, which was held in Jharsuguda in Odisha. So Meghalaya were the champions, okay, and then Jammu and Kashmir, they finished in the third position, and Nagaland in the second. Athletes from Nagaland, they made the state proud by clinching 4 medals at the prestigious All India University Pencak Silat Championship 2026, which was held at Maharshi Dayanand University, Rohtak, Haryana. So, Pencak Silat, it is a fighting sport which collectively encompasses martial arts of various styles originating from Indonesia. Nagaland delivered an impressive performance at the 28th Sub-Junior Under 14 Sepak Takraw National Championship, which was held at Mega Sports Complex, Ranchi in Jharkhand. So just remember that 28th Sub-Junior Under 14 Sepak Takraw National Championship, it was held at Ranchi, Jharkhand. The Nagaland Pickleball Association officially announced the inaugural of Mithun Rhino Pickleball Championship, an interstate sporting event between Nagaland and Assam. Okay, and it was held from March 14 to 15 at the Fitness House. So this is a pickleball. So this is the pickleball sport. Okay, so they use a bat like this, and then the balls had perforations. Okay, small holes. Nagaland stayed in waiting. So this book was by Charles Chasse. Just remember this. And some of his other books are the Naga Imbroglio, The Road to Kohima, The State Strikes Back, India and the Naga Insurgency. The Ancestral Voices. So this book, okay, it is a collection of Yumkyum Naga tales and stories, and it was authored by Runshitu Limps. Hermetia illucens. It is known as black soldier fly, and it is a widespread fly of the family of Stratiumidae. So this black soldier fly, it is a natural bioengineer because this black soldier fly, they recycle waste like a machine. So currently, this black soldier fly, it is making waves across the world, giving new meaning to environment-friendly, sustainable waste management. So the larva of the unassuming black soldier fly, they have the ability to transform food and agricultural waste into animal feed and fast, that is organic fertilizers. So black soldier fly larvae, they thrive in environments with temperatures ranging from 27 to 30 degrees Celsius. Okay. And given the ideal environment, all the insect need is organic kitchen waste, that is food peels or vegetable scraps. So the conventional composting takes months, okay? But in comparison, composting by black soldier fly, it takes only 10 to 12 days. So the month of March celebrates International Women's Day. So these are the first women in Nagaland. So you can go through this list. So you can go through this list too. So according to the National Family Health Survey 2019 to 21, okay, 57.9% of newborns in Nagaland are breastfeed within the first hour, but only about 43% are exclusively breastfeed for the first 6 months. So Nagaland free human papilloma virus vaccine for 14-year-old girls. So this vaccine, it was launched in Nagaland on February 28, 2026 as part of the nationwide initiative. So HPV vaccine, it is available free of cost at government health units for all eligible beneficiaries of girls in the 14 age group. Okay, so remember the age group. So the HPV vaccine brand that is being used is Gardasil 4, which is a single dose schedule given 0.5 ml through the intramuscular route at the left upper arm. So the nationwide HPV vaccination campaign for all 14-year-old girls, it was launched on February 28 by Prime Minister Narendra Modi from Ajmer, Rajasthan. So cervical cancer, it is the fourth most common cancer among women globally. The Nagaland Lokayukta Act, so it came into force in 2017, and then the Nagaland Lokayukta Act, it was passed by the state legislature to provide for the appointment of a Lokayukta and to lay down its powers and functions. So the Nagaland Lokayukta office, it was established in the year 2019. So this statement, it was in the news, okay? Who is the first Lokayukta of Nagaland, which was the first state to establish the institution of Lokayukta in India? Chief Minister Dr. Nefiu had launched Mission SOAR. That SOAR stands for systems for outstanding achievements and reformation. Okay. So this SOAR mission, it was launched on September 2025. So this mission SOAR, it is a statewide initiative which is designed to transform public education in Nagaland into an agile, inclusive, and high-performing system. So rooted in the Naga culture, while aligned with national priorities and global aspirations, this program it seeks to empower every child to achieve grade level competency, 21st century skills, and a strong sense of identity. So remember the launch date and then the full form of SOAR. So Nagaland Foothills Road Coordination Committee. So this has been frequently in the news, and most of the time I have covered this in the current monthly current affairs of Nagaland. Okay, so you can go through this. The Ministry of Home Affairs has directed all the states, union territories, and central ministries to ensure strict compliance with the Flag Code of India 2002 and the Prevention of Insults to National Honor Act 1971. So it specifically directed authorities to ensure that paper flags which are used during national, cultural, and sporting events, they are not discarded improperly and are disposed of in private in a manner consistent with the dignity of the national flag. Okay. So it also directed that the flag it must always occupy a position of honor and should not be damaged or disheveled and must not be displayed alongside or below any other flag on the same mast, which means that suppose if this is Nagaland's flag, okay, we have a flag, right? So India flag cannot be placed here. Understood? And it also stated that the national flag it must be hoisted by citizens, private organizations, and educational institutions on all days and occasions, provided it is displayed respectfully and may be flown both during the day and night. So the flag code it permits the flag to be made of hand spun, hand woven, or machine made materials such as cotton, polyester, wool, silk, or khadi, and it mandates a rectangular shape with a ratio of 3:2. The ministry further clarified that the flag shall not be flown on vehicles, okay, except those of designated dignitaries, including the President, Vice President, President, Prime Minister, and governors. The Supreme Court had declared the right to hoist the flag as a fundamental right. National Flag Day is celebrated on 22nd July because it was adopted by the Constituent Assembly on 22nd July 1947. The ratio of length and width of the national flag is 3:2. There's length and breadth. 3:2. It was designed by Pingali Venkaya and in 22nd July 1947, okay, the chakra it came into existence in place of the charkha in the tricolor flag of India. So this chakra, okay, it is taken from the Sarnath Ashoka pillar. And then the three colored stripes, okay, saffron, white and green. So saffron color, it indicates the strength and courage of the country. The white, that is the middle band, it indicates peace and truth with Dharma Chakra. And then the green color, it shows the fertility, growth, and auspiciousness of the land. Vande Mataram, a song, a symbol, a struggle. So last year on November 7, 2025, it marked the 150th anniversary of India's national song Vande Mataram, which translates to Mother, I Bow to Thee, and it was composed by Bankim Chandra Chatterjee. So Vande Mataram, it was first published in the literary journal of Banga Darshan on 7th of November 1875. So Vande Mataram has been in the news due to some controversies as the Ministry of Home Affairs they issued a directive on January saying that Vande Mataram, that is India's national song, it should be sung or played at official events including schools and state functions. But in Nagaland, as majority of us are Christians, we saw that it was forced to us. So the song's full lyrics it mentioned Hindu goddesses like Durga, Saraswati, Kamala. So this Hindu goddesses, they clashes with our faith, right? So even protests kicked off. The Naga Students Federation, they called it an assault on secularism and Naga rights. They also rallied thousands in Kohima with signs like no for secularism and respect our Christ. Students also they boycotted, like at the Nagaland University convocation, they stayed seated while the song played. So Vande Mataram, it becomes an important topic from exam perspective. So we have to go through some facts related to it, the basics related to Vande Mataram. So Vande Mataram, it was first published in the Literary Journal of Banga Darshan on 17 November 1875. Okay, and later it was incorporated by Bankim Chandra Chatterjee in his novel Anand Mat, okay, which was published in 1882. So it was set to music by Rabindranath Tagore, and Vande Mataram, it was first sung at the 1896 session of the Congress by Rabindranath Tagore. So these are some of the facts which was covered in PIB. Okay, so you can go through this. You can just pause the video and then you can go through this. So why it was in the news? I have already explained that. The Nagaland government has directed all vehicle owners, both government and private, to remove unauthorized flags, emblems, names, symbols, stickers, seals, and logos from the registration plates within 45 days. So this directive, it was issued in accordance with rules 50 and 51 of the Central Motor Vehicle Rules 1989. So Rule 50, it mandates the use of high security registration plates, and Rule 51, it specifies the prescribed dimensions and color schemes for letters and numbers on number plates. So Rights of Persons with Disabilities Act 2016. Okay, this act, it replaced the Persons with Disabilities Act 1995, and it recognized categories of disabilities, that is 21 types. So according to this act, reservation in employment and education. So a minimum of 4% reservation in government jobs for PWDs and a minimum of 5% reservation in higher educational institutions. Nagaland State Biodiversity Board. So it was established on 12 March 2005. It is an autonomous body which looks after the administrative and financial matters aided by the central and the state government and carry out its technical and scientific functions under the Biological Diversity Act 2002 and in conformity with Naga customs and traditions. So the Nagaland State Biodiversity Board, it consists of 12 members, including the chairperson, seven ex-official members, five experts, non-official members, and member secretary appointed by the state government. So the head office of the Nagaland State Biodiversity Board, it is situated in Kohima. So these are the functions of the board. So you can go through this. And then the chairman of the Nagaland State Biodiversity Board presently is Y. Kiketo Sema. The Entrepreneurs Association began in the year 2000, and it works to promote entrepreneurship and develop sustainable livelihoods in Nagaland and other northeastern states of India for economic development and increase participation of local people in the economic activities of the state for social equity and harmony. So from this part onwards, it consists of the various organizations and then the schemes which was covered in the news. Okay. So the CEO and co-founder of the Entrepreneurs Associate is Nichitu Dolo. Naga National Council under the presidency of AZ Pizzo in consultation and understanding with the government of People's Sovereign Republic of Free Nagaland and all other regional leaders convened a meeting on this day, that is on 22nd of March 1956, okay, at Parishan in Rengma region. So in on this day, the Naga national flag, it was officially hoisted by Tung Thi Chang, the Naga Yezabo. This is Yezabo is the constitution and was adopted and it came into force. The federal government of Nagaland, it was also established and thus the Naga Republic was born. So NNC, it was founded in February 2nd, 1946, and Naga plebiscite, it is observed on May 16, 1951. So the federal government of Nagaland, okay, it was established on 22nd March 1956. Forum for Naga Reconciliation, it was established on 26 March 2008. This body consists of 39 apex organizations. Global Naga Forum, so it was established on August 2020. So Chuba Ozukam, he was renominated as convener of Global Naga Forum. Naga's People's Movement for Human Rights, it was established on 9 September 1978. So among the founding members, okay, P.S. Lauren. P.S. Lauren is the founder of Tetsuo College, okay. And the current Secretary General of Naga People's Movement for Human Rights is Nyengulo Krume. The National People's Party, Nagaland State Unit remembered its founder, late Purno Agitok Sangma, on March 4th. So this face resembles someone, right? So this National People's Party, it was founded in 2013. The Naga Students Federation commemorated the 40th NSF Martyrs Day at Kohima on March 20. So this occasion, it marks the remembrance of late Kekuja Lesachu of Kohima village and Pikoso Yosho of Kiwima village. So they were both from Kohima district and they lost their lives during a protest against the extension of the Disturbed Areas Act and the introduction of the IPS cadre in Nagaland. So this incident, it dates back to March 20, 1986, okay, when the NSF had called upon the Naga people to protest against the Disturbed Areas Act at Alichin. So the Naga Students Federation, it was established on 29 October 1947. So AFSPA, it is extended in Nagaland for another 6 months. That is from April to September 2026. So AFSPA has been extended in these districts, okay, fully. That is Dimapur, Newland, Chumukutima, Mon, Kifri, Noklak, Pek, Peren, and Maluri, and partially in 21 police stations across 5 districts. And then the districts which are completely free from ASPA are Shamator, Tuinsang, Samini. It's only 3 districts, right? So remember this. So the Union Ministry of Home Affairs has extended the disturbed area status under Section 3 of the Armed Forces Special Powers Act of SPA 1958 in parts of Nagaland for a further 6 months with effect from April 1. So 9 districts and 21 police stations jurisdictions across 5 other districts have been declared disturbed following a review of the prevailing law and other situation in the state. So the districts placed entirely under the disturbed area category are Dimapur, Newland, Chumukutima, Mon, Kifri, Nokla, Pek, Parent, and Maluri. And the disturbed area tag has been applied partially across 5 districts, covering 21 police stations. So what is Section 3 of AFSPA? So Section 3 of AFSPA 1958, it states that if any part or whole of a state or a UT is deemed to be in a disturbed or dangerous condition, requiring the use of armed forces in aid of civil power, the governor, administrator, or the central government may declare it a disturbed area through a notification in the official gazette. So judicial interventions have clarified that such declaration cannot be indefinite and must be reviewed periodically before the expiry of 6 months, okay, as held in Naga People's Movement for Human Rights versus Union of India. Also, the governor is empowered to declare any area as disturbed. The decision should not be arbitrary due to the absence of legislative guidelines as observed in Inderjit Barua versus the state of Assam. So AFSPA notifications, they are reviewed and extended or withdrawn periodically. So the Act empowers security forces to conduct searches and also make arrests without warrants and use of force under specified conditions. So it also provides the legal immunity for actions taken in the line of duty without prior sanction from the central government and has often been flagged as a draconian law from various quarters. The Dimapur railway station, it was inaugurated in 1903. So the master plan for modernization of Dimapur railway station, it was approved on January 11, 2024. And then the whole work was started on July 25, 2025. So this work, that is modernization of Dimapur railway station, it was awarded by the Northeast Frontier Railway to AR Joint Venture, a joint venture of ABCI Infrastructures Private Limited and Rama Civil India Construction Private Limited, Assam. So this Dimapur railway station, okay, it remains the second highest revenue earning railway station in the Northeast region, and then Nagaland got its second railway station on August 2022. That is the Shokovi railway station. Mini cement plant Waziho in Meluri district. So mini cement plant, this is in Meluri district. So a private investor has taken over the mini cement plant Waziho in Meluri district since January 2025. So the government of Nagaland has decided to modernize and upgrade the 50 TPT mini cement plant to 150 TPT by addition of 100 TPT plant and machinery. So this was completed and it was inaugurated on June 27, 2008. So this mini cement plant of Waziho, it was leased out to Ramu Enterprises for a period of 30 years, and then the MOU was signed between two parties on 12 November 2024. So Saksham centers, these Saksham centers, they are centers for financial literacy and service delivery, and they act as a one-stop solution or single window system for basic financial needs for self-help groups, household in rural areas. So the main objective of the Saksham Center is to provide financial literacy and facilitate delivery of financial services like savings, credits, insurance, pensions, etc. to self-help groups and then rural poor. It is managed by self-help group network, largely at the level of cluster level federations with the help of trained community resource persons. Support for statistical strengthening sub scheme. So the SSS sub scheme, it is a central sector scheme, okay, with 100% funding from the center because central sector scheme means 100% funding from the center and centrally sponsored scheme means for Northeast state, the ratio is 90 is to 10, right? For centrally sponsored scheme, 10 by the state and the 90 by the center. So this SSS sub scheme, it is aim to strengthen the capacity of the state statistical system. So this program it is implemented under the aegis of the Ministry of Statistics and Program Implementation and the SSS sub-scheme. It seeks to enhance the collection, compilation, and dissemination of timely and reliable official statistics to support evidence-based planning and policy formation. So Disha scheme. So this is also Disha, this is also Disha, okay, but this one is a scheme and this one is a committee. So this this scheme stands for Designing Innovation Solutions for Holistic Access to Justice. This scheme was launched for a period of 5 years, that is from 2021 to 2026. So Disha was launched to provide comprehensive, holistic, integrated, systematic solution on access to justice at pan level India. So this Disha scheme, it aims to secure justice to the people of India as enunciated in the preamble and under Articles 39A, 14 and 21 of the Indian Constitution. It aims to design and consolidate various initiatives to provide citizen-centric delivery of legal services. So regarding this DISHA, District Development Coordination and Monitoring Committee. Okay, so this committee, they are formed to ensure better coordination among all the elected representatives in parliament, state legislature, and local governments for the efficient and time-bound development. So this DISHA, it is a government-wide initiative that seeks to promote participative governance and deliberative democracy. So the Disha Committee, okay, it was introduced by Ministry of Rural Development in June 2016. And this Disha Committee, it is led by the senior most member of parliament, that is Lok Sabha, who is elected from the district and appointed by the Ministry of Rural Development as the chairperson. So currently Nagaland, who is the present chairperson of Disha in Nagaland? National Ayush Mission, centrally sponsored scheme, okay, till 2026. So it was launched in 2014 by the Department of Ayush under the Ministry of Health and Family Welfare during the 12th five-year plan for implementation through states and UTs. So it is implemented by the Ministry of Ayush. Nagaland Jan Vishwas Amendment of Provisions Bill 2026. So it was introduced on March 26 by Deputy Chief Minister Y. Patel. So the core intent of this bill is to shift the governance from a punitive prosecution heavy system to a compliance citizen centric framework. So this law it was passed to make the government less scary and more helpful for ordinary people and businesses. So the main idea is instead of immediately punishing the people for small or technical mistakes, now the government will encourage the people to follow rules voluntarily. So on a serious offenses which impacts public health, safety, and revenue, it will continue to attract strict and penal provisions. So for minor or procedural mistakes, the focus is on fixing the mistake rather than scaring or harassing the citizens and businesses. National Livestock Mission, it was launched in 2014 to 15 to promote sustainable and inclusive growth in the livestock sector. So National Livestock Mission, it is implemented by Department of Animal Husbandry and Dairy. So it was revised and realigned starting from financial year 2021 to 22 to address the current sector needs. So as per 21st livestock census, that is 2024 to 25, Nagaland has around 80,000 bovines. So bovines include cattle, buffalo, mutton, and goat, okay? And about 270,000 pigs and nearly 20 lakh poultry. Livestock insurance scheme, the year of launch was 2008 to 9. It is a centrally sponsored scheme and the implementing agency is Department of Animal Husbandry, Dairy and Fisheries. So the main objective of this livestock insurance scheme is to provide protection mechanism to the farmers and cattle rearers against any eventual loss of their animals due to death, demonstrate the benefit of the insurance of livestock to the people and popularize it with the ultimate goal of attaining qualitative improvement in livestock and their products. PM Kisan, it is a central sector scheme. It was launched on December 2018 to provide financial assistance to all landholding farmer facilities across India. So under PM Kisan, eligible farmer families, they receive an income support of rupees 6,000 annually, distributed in three equal installments of 2,000 each. So the Department of Agriculture and Farmers Welfare of the Ministry of Agriculture and Farmers Welfare is the implementing agency, and this Department of Agriculture and Farmers Welfare, they work with Department of Agriculture of all the states and union territories to implement the scheme. Revamped Distribution Sector Scheme, it was launched in 2021 by the Ministry of Power to improve the quality and reliability of power supply in India. So the main objective is to improve the operational efficiency and financial sustainability of the state-owned discoms, ensuring reliable 24/7 affordable power. The main objective of the revamped distribution sector scheme is to reduce the aggregate technical and commercial losses to 12 to 15% and to eliminate the average cost of supply and average revenue realized gap by 2024 to 25. So the nodal agencies are Rural Electrification Corporation and Power Finance Corporation coordinate the implementation. So the revamped distribution sector scheme, it is structured into two primary features to address both the infrastructure and capacity building needs. The first part is infrastructure and smart metering. This focuses on upgrading the distribution network and implementing the advanced metering solutions, that is the smart meter. And part B, training and capacity building, that is enhancing the skills of personnel involved in the distribution sector through targeted training programs. Nagaland Education Project, the Lighthouse Nectar. So Nectar stands for Nagaland Enhancing Classroom Teaching and Resources. So it was launched in the year 2021 with an aim to improve and enhance quality learning outcomes of government schools in Nagaland. So the NEP, the Lighthouse Project, it was the first ever World Bank finance education project in the Northeast region of India, and it is implemented by the state government, that is the Department of School Education, Government of Nagaland. So through this initiative, the state government is committed to prioritize and focus its efforts on addressing three precisely targeted problems within a fixed project duration, that is to enhance the governance of schools across the state, to improve the teaching practices, and to enhance the overall learning environment. So Chief Minister's Microfinance Initiative, it was launched in the year 2022 to increase farmers' income, encourage self-empowerment and entrepreneurship, and to inculcate a sense of credit discipline and boost private enterprises and improve the agri-marketing network and infrastructure in the state. Chief Minister Universal Life Insurance Scheme. So it was first announced during the state budget 2024 to 25 on February 27, 2024, and it was officially launched by CM Rio on August 15, 2024 in Kohima. So launch date August 15, 2024. So the insurance coverage details. For life insurance, it covers 2 lakh for breadwinners. For accidental insurance, it covers 2 lakh for each of the primary breadwinner and up to 3 family members in the event of accidental death or disability. So who are eligible for this? So in the general category, any family member aged 18 to 50 can be designated as the breadwinner, and for government servants, automatically they are considered as breadwinner. Age eligibility is 18 to 60 years. Chief Minister Health Insurance Scheme. So it was launched on 14 October 2022 at Kohima. The Chief Minister Health Insurance Scheme, it is a flagship public health insurance initiative by the government of Nagaland to provide cashless treatment to eligible beneficiaries. So this scheme, it bridges the gap for government employees, pensioners, and indigenous inhabitants or permanent residents of Nagaland who are not covered under the Ayushman Bharat Pradhan Mantri Jan Arogya Yojana. In convergence with the ABPMJAY, this scheme is referred to as Ayushman Bharat Pradhan Mantri Jan Arogya Yojana Chief Minister Health Insurance Scheme, and it offers comprehensive health insurance benefits across two categories. The first is for employee and pensioner, and it covers up to 20 lakh per year per family. And the second is general category, rupees 5 lakh per year per family. So who are eligible? Government employees, that is regular employees serving legislators, public sector employees, and fixed pay or work charge employees on scale pay, dependent family members, pensioners, pensionable retired government employees or ex-legislators, dependent family members. Ayushman Bharat, it was launched in 2018. So it is a flagship program of the Government of India in line with the recommendations of the National Health Policy 2017, okay, to realize the vision of universal health coverage. So it comprises two interrelated components, that is the Ayushman Arogya Mandir and then the Ayushman Bharat Pradhan Mantri Jan Arogya Yojana. So regarding Ayushman Bharat Digital Mission, it was launched by Prime Minister Narendra Modi through a video conference on September 2021. So this Ayushman Bharat Digital Mission, it provides a digital health IDs for all Indian citizens to help hospitals, insurance firms, and citizens access health records electronically when required. The National Health Authority under the Ministry of Health and Family Welfare is the implementing agency. Pradhan Mantri Awas Yojana Urban 2.0. So this 2.0, it is a revamped version of the original Pradhan Mantri Awas Yojana Urban, which was launched in 2015 to ensure affordable housing for urban households across India. So this scheme, it aims to construct, purchase, or rent all-weather Pakka houses for 1 crore poor and middle-class families, and it will be implemented for 5 years by states, UTs, and primary lending institutions. So the government has committed an investment of rupees 10 lakh crore with 2.30 lakh crore as subsidy assistance. So who are eligible? So the eligible families, they must not own a Pakka house anywhere in the country in any family member's name. So the scheme targets families under the economically weaker sections, low income group and middle income group. EWS, that is economically weaker section. Okay, families, they must have an annual income of up to 3 lakh, while the lower income group, they must have an income which ranges between 3 lakh to 6 lakh. And the middle income group families, they must have an annual income ranging from 6 lakh to 9 lakh as per scheme guidelines. The adult earning members without proper property ownership are also considered separate household for eligibility purposes. So the scheme covers all statutory towns notified in Census 2011 and towns notified subsequently by the state government. The notified planning areas and regions under the urban development or industrial authorities are included under Pradhan Mantri Awas Yojana Urban 2.0. The nodal ministry is Ministry of Housing and Urban Affairs. So it is a centrally sponsored scheme for Northeast and UTs. The ratio is 90 is to 10. But remember that there are four components of Pradhan Mantri Awas Yojana Urban 2.0. Okay, 1, 2, 3, 4. So among all these four components, the interest subsidy scheme. Okay, this is a central sector scheme. So remember this one. Scheme for special assistance to states for capital investment. So it was launched in the year 2020 to 21 in response to the COVID-19 pandemic, and it was later renamed as SASKI. So this scheme, it aims to stimulate the economic recovery by providing interest-free assistance to states specifically for capital investment. So it provides a long-term interest-free loans for a period of 50 years, okay, to states exclusively for capital expenditure projects. Prime Minister's Development Initiative for Northeastern Region, PM Divine. It was introduced in the Union Budget 2022 to 23 with the aim of promoting rapid and holistic development in the Northeastern region. So the scheme is implemented by Ministry of Development of the Northeastern region to address the region-specific developmental needs, ensuring efficient utilization of resources and coordinated project execution. So these are the objectives of PM Divine scheme. Okay. That is to fund the infrastructure convergently in the spirit of PM Gati Shakti. So this PM Gati Shakti, it was launched in the year October 13, 2021. And to support the social development projects based on felt needs of the Northeastern region, to enable the livelihood activities for youth and women, and to fill the development gaps in various sectors. Pradhan Mantri Vandhan Yojana, it is a flagship scheme by the Minister of Tribal Affairs and it was launched on 2018. So the main objective of Pradhan Mantri Vandhan Yojana is to improve the economic status of
tribal commodities and products, okay, by promoting the development of tribal entrepreneurship and provide employment opportunities within the tribal populations through the Bandhan Kendras. So this scheme, it will support the tribal communities by promoting the value addition to their non-timber forest produce and establishing Bandhan Vikas Kendras. Dharti Aba Janjanati Gram Utkarsh Abhiyan. Okay, it was launched on 2nd October 2024 from Hazaribagh, Jharkhand. Okay, so the ministry is the Ministry of Tribal Affairs, and this Abhiyan it aims to cover 63,843 villages and tribal areas, focusing on saturating gaps in social infrastructure, health, education, and livelihood through 25 interventions. Pradhan Mantri Adi Adarsh Gram Yojana. So it is the revamped version of the earlier Special Central Assistance to Tribal Supplant, and it was launched during the year 2021 to 22 to 25 to 26. So this scheme, it aims at transforming villages with significant tribal population into model village, covering about 4.22 crore, that is about 40% of the total tribal population. So this scheme, it is a centrally sponsored scheme, okay? But remember that though it is a centrally sponsored scheme, okay, it is 100% funded by the central government. So this is a very rare case, so you have to be careful with this one. And the states implement this scheme, but the center pays. So that is why it is a centrally sponsored scheme. So the scheme envisions to mitigate gaps in prominent 8 sectors of development. So the 8 sectors are road connectivity, telecom connectivity, school, Anganwati centers, health sub-center, drinking water facility, drainage, solid waste management. So Nagaland Solar Mission, it was launched on 14th April 2025. So the state government, it provides subsidy of rupees 20,000 per kilowatt to a maximum limit of 50,000 per consumer. Okay, and then the subsidy, it is capped at 50,000. So you can go through this one. So this is PM Surya Ghar Muft Bijli Yojana. So the target of this scheme is 1 crore solar installations by 2027. So it comes under the Ministry of New and Renewable Energy and Pradhan Mantri Muft Bijli Yojana. It was launched on February 15, 2024. So Pradhan Mantri Surya Ghar Muft Bijli Yojana, it aims to transform India's energy landscape by providing free electricity to 1 crore household to get up to 300 units of free electricity. So this scheme, it empowers households to harness solar energy by offering a substantial subsidy covering up to 40% of the cost of installing solar panels on their rooftops. Swachh Bharat Mission Gramin Phase 2. So Swachh Bharat Mission, it is also known as Swachh Bharat Abhiyan, and it is a nationwide initiative which was inaugurated on 22nd October at Rajghat in New Delhi with Prime Minister Narendra Modi taking part by sweeping a road with a broom. So Swachh Bharat Mission, it was initiated with the goal of making India open defecation free within 5 years. So this effort, it aligns with Sustainable Development Goal 6.2, which focuses on ensuring safe and equal access to sanitation for everyone, particularly women and girls. So by 2019, the government declared India open defecation free, meaning that the toilets were built for all households. However, the work didn't stop there. Swachh Bharat Mission 2.0, it was introduced to ensure long-term cleanliness and better waste management in 2020. So Swachh Bharat Mission Phase 2, it is a centrally sponsored scheme which is aimed at achieving open defecation free plus villages through safe, solid, and liquid waste management, behavioral changes, and sustained sanitation practices in rural India by 2024 to 25. Jal Jeevan Mission, it was launched in 2019. So this under this mission, okay, it aims to supply 55 liters of water per person per day to every rural household through functional household tap connections by 2024. So the nodal ministry is Ministry of Jal Shakti, and then the funding pattern is centrally sponsored scheme. So Jal Driven Mission, it was extended till 2028 with an enhanced outlay during the Union Budget 2025. Deen Dayal Upadhyay Gramin Kaushala Yojana, this scheme was launched in the year 2014 with the objective of rural youth skill development and employment. So the main objective is to improve employability of skills of job seekers who come from economically disadvantaged families and enhance their lives. So DDUGKY, it provides vocational training to youth who are aged between 15 to 35. Pradhan Mantri Awas Yojana Gramin, it was before called the Indira Awas Yojana, which ran from 1985 to 2016. So it is a rural housing program, okay? So this Indira Awas Yojana, it had serious problems. That is, the beneficiary selection was not transparent, and then the house quality was poor, and then the unit assistance was far too low. That is, rupees 70,000 in plain areas. So this Pradhan Mantri Awas Yojana Gramin, it was launched with three key changes, okay, to replace this Indira Awas Yojana. The three key changes are beneficiary selection moved from panchayat discretion to socio-economic and caste census 2011 data. Unit assistance was raised significantly, and then the payment was done directly through direct bank transfer into the Aadhaar link bank account. So the ministry involved is Ministry of Rural Development. So the aim of this scheme is to provide Pakka house with basic amenities to all rural families who are homeless or living in kacha or dilapidated houses, and to help the rural people below the poverty line in construction of dwelling units and upgradation of existing unserviceable kacha houses by providing assistance in the form of a full grant. So the cost sharing for Northeast region is 90 to 10. The central and state governments in the ratio 60 to 40 in plain areas. Okay. So these are some of the features. So you can go through this one. PM Usha. It is a centrally sponsored scheme and it is launched by the Ministry of Education. It was launched in June 2023. The main aim is to enhance the quality of higher education in state run institutions by promoting accessibility, equity, accountability, affordability, and quality, aligning with the five pillars of National Education Policy 2020, that is, access, equity, quality, affordability, and accountability. Earlier, it was known as RUSA, okay, that is Rashtriya Uchchatar Shiksha Abhiyan, to fund the states or UT's institutions with a vision to attain higher levels of access, equity, and excellence in the state higher education system with greater efficiency, transparency, accountability, and responsiveness. So the first phase of the scheme was launched in the year 2013, and then the second phase was launched in the year 2018. Now, in the light of the National Education Policy, RUSA scheme has been launched as PM Usha. Pradhan Mantri Matru Vandana Yojana. This is a centrally sponsored scheme under Mission Shakti's sub-scheme Samarthya, and it provides direct financial assistance through the direct benefit transfer mode, and it was launched in the year 2017. So this scheme is designed to support pregnant women and lactating mothers. So this scheme, it provides maternity benefits to women belonging to socially economically disadvantaged sections of the society. Under this scheme, a cash incentive of rupees 5,000 is provided in two installments, that is directly to the bank or post office account of the pregnant woman and lactating mothers for the first child in the family. And then a cash incentive of rupees 6,000 is also provided under this scheme to eligible beneficiaries for the second child, subject to the second child being a girl. Okay, the second child should be a girl if they want to receive the second incentive. That is 6,000. So the eligibility criteria, the age should be between 18 years, 7 months to 55 years. The first child, and it is applicable to first child, and for the second child, it is applicable only when it is a girl, okay? In case of a miscarriage or stillbirth, the beneficiary would be treated as a fresh beneficiary in the event of any future pregnancy. So Mission Shakti, it was launched during the 15th Finance Commission, and it has two sub-schemes, okay, Sambal and then Samarthya. So the Pradhan Mantri Matru Bandhana Yojana, it comes under this Samarthya. So you can go through this. Beti Bachao, Beti Padhao, it comes under this Sambal, okay. So Mission Vatsalya scheme, it is a centrally sponsored scheme. It was launched in the year 2021, and then this scheme, it is monitored by Ministry of Women and Child Development. So this scheme is implemented by the state's UTs with the aim to support children in need of care and protection and children in conflict with the law. PM Vishwakarma, it is a central sector scheme and it was launched on 17 September 2023 by Prime Minister Narendra Modi. to support artisans and craftspeople who work with their hands and tools. So the scheme covers artisans and craftspeople who are engaged in 18 trades. Okay, so these are the 18 trades. So you can go through this. Prime Minister Employment Generation Program. So it was launched in 2008. It is a central sector scheme, and through this scheme, the government introduced a credit linked subsidy program, okay, to generate employment opportunities through establishment of micro enterprises in rural as well as urban areas. So the implementing agency at the national level is the Khadi and Village Industries Commission, which is a statutory organization under the administrative control of the Ministry of MSME. Nagaland Chief Minister Dr. Nifirio, he tabled Nagaland Agriculture Policy 2025 at the 8th session of the 14th Nagaland Legislative Assembly. So this policy it was brought out by the Department of Agriculture. So agriculture is central to Nagaland's identity, culture, and economy, with approximately 70% of the people relying on it for their livelihoods. And this sector it is contributing significantly to the gross state domestic product for the state of Nagaland. So this policy it provides a strategic framework for developing a resilient, productive, and market-oriented agricultural sector, integrating agroecological principles and empowering farmers to thrive in a changing world. So this policy is aligned with national agricultural strategies, sustainable development goals, and Nagaland Vision 2030. So these are the policy objectives, that is enhance food and nutrition security, empowered and prosperous farming communities, resilient and sustainable agricultural systems based on agroecological principles, thriving agricultural markets and value chains, innovation and knowledge driven agricultural development, phased transition to a sustainable and ecological sound agricultural system, and strengthening governance and collaboration. And the core principles are food and nutrition security, empowered and prosperous farmers, ecological sustainability, market driven and inclusive growth, innovation and knowledge based agriculture, and collaborative governance. Prime Minister, Street Vendors Atma Nirbhar Nidhi, PM Swanidhi scheme. So it was launched on 2020. So this scheme was formulated to assist these street vendors so that they'll be able to overcome the adverse effects of financial constraints and to restart their lost businesses during the pandemic. However, since the inception of the scheme, it has proved to be more than financial support for the street vendors, and it has given them a sense of identity and formal recognition for their contribution to the economy. So remember this PM Swanidhi scheme, it is for these street vendors, okay? Pradhan Mantri Kaushal Vikas Yojana. So it was launched on July 15, 2015 to encourage and promote skill development in the country by providing free short duration skill training and incentivizing this by providing monetary rewards to youth for skill certification. So currently we are in the 4.0, okay? So the 4.0, it focuses to empower the trained candidates so that they'll be able to choose their varied career path and then they are suitably oriented for the same. So you can go through this. The Union Ministry of Environment, Forest and Climate Change has notified the Solid Waste Management Rules 2026 superseding the Solid Waste Management Rules 2016. So this solid waste management rules 2026, okay, it will come into full effect from April 1st of 2026. So the revised rules, it integrates the principles of circular economy and extended producer responsibility with a specific focus on efficient waste segregation and management. Still now we don't practice this waste segregation, right? We just dump whatever dry waste, wet waste, whatever it is, we just dump it in one dustbin. Na? Actually, we are not supposed to do like that. So this solid waste management rules, this focuses on the efficient waste segregation and management. So the rules provide a levy of environmental compensation based on the polluter pays principle for non-compliance, including cases of operating without registration, false reporting, submission of forged documents, or improper solid waste management practices. So the CPCB will prepare the relevant guidelines while the state pollution control boards and pollution control committees they will levy the environmental compensation.
So the rules will be levied by the Central Pollution Control Board, and then the fines will be levied by the State Pollution Control Boards and Pollution Control Committees. So under Solid Waste Management 2026, okay, 4-stream segregation of solid waste at source has been made mandatory. So waste is required to be segregated into wet waste, dry waste, sanitary waste, and special care waste. So you remember these four types of waste under Solid Waste Management Rules 2026. Also, when you see a dustbin, okay, in green color, that means in that green dustbin, we have to put wet waste that is from the kitchen, fruits, and vegetable fields. And when you see a blue dustbin, there we have to put dry waste like plastic, paper, metal, glass. And when you see a red dustbin, there we have to put sanitary waste, diapers, sanitary napkins, and black dustbin means that dustbin is for special care waste, that is for bulbs, paints, medicines, e-waste. Okay, so we have to learn to identify bins by colors also. So this is very important. And under Solid Waste Management Rules 2026, okay, clear definition of bulk waste generators have also been given. That is, bulk waste generators include entities with a floor area of 20,000 square meter or more, or water consumption of 40 liters per day or more, or solid waste generation of 100 kg per day or more. So the new rules also introduce extended bulk waste generator responsibility, under which bulk waste generators are made accountable for the solid waste generated by them. So bulk waste generators, they are required to process the wet waste on site as far as possible, or and bulk obtained an extended bulk waste generator responsibility certificate where on-site processing is not feasible. Okay. The new rules, it also defines refuse derived fuel, that is, fuels produced by shredding and dehydrating municipal solid waste with high calorific value, primarily consisting of non-recyclable plastic, paper, and textiles. So, Model Code of Conduct. So, you kindly go through this one. So, here's a question. The 28th Koredang Assembly constituency seat, it fell vacant following the demise of who on November 11, 2025, and which is the first state in India to implement the Model Code of Conduct. So you can go through this Model Code of Conduct here. So what is this C Vigil and Civita? So C Vigil and Civita both are online application. Okay. So C Vigil is for citizens. Okay, to report on Model Code of Conduct violations or expenditure violations, and Civita, it is an online application for candidates and political parties to apply nominations and permissions online. So VVPAT, the full form is voter verifiable paper audit trial or verified paper record. Okay. So this is a method of providing feedback to voters who use an electronic voting system. So it allows voters to verify that their vote was cast correctly. So in order to detect possible election fraud or malfunction, and to provide a means to audit the stored electronic results. So this VVPAT, it contains the name and party affiliation of candidates for whom the vote has been cast. So when a vote is cast, okay, the slip is printed containing the serial number, name, and symbol of the candidate, and it remains exposed through a transparent window for 7 seconds. So this printed slip, it automatically gets cut and falls into the sealed drop box of the VVPAT. So here, if you can see here, so this is the slip. So remember that VVPAT is not mandatory for all elections conducted by the Election Commission of India. It is only mandatory for elections to the Lok Sabha and the State Legislative Assembly. So the Election Commission, they can decide to use VVPAT for other elections as well, but it is not compulsory. So VVPAT, it was first used in Noksen Assembly constituency of Nagaland in September 2030, and on a large scale, VVPAT along with EVM was used for the first time in India in the 2013 Mizoram Legislative Assembly election in 10 assembly seats out of 40. So a pilot project in the 2014 Indian general elections, 8 of 543 parliamentary constituencies used the VVPAT system. So those 8 constituencies were Lucknow, Gandhinagar, Bangalore South, Chennai Central, Jadavpur, Raipur, Patna Sahib, and Mizoram constituencies. In the 2017 assembly elections, VVPAT fitted EVMs were used in the entire Goa state, okay, which was the first time in an entire state. VVPAT along with EVMs were introduced in all 543 Lok Sabha constituencies in the year 2019 Indian general election. And regarding Nota, it was used for the first time in the 2013 assembly elections in 5 states of Chhattisgarh, Mizoram, Rajasthan, Delhi, and Madhya Pradesh. So Nalanda University, so Nalanda Mahavira, it was in the news because the media delegates from Nagaland, they visited Bihar, right? So, and it is also one of the important UNESCO World Heritage Sites. So we have to be aware of this Nalanda Mahavira since it was in the news, and also it is also important for exam perspective. So this Nalanda University, it was founded by Gupta Emperor Kumar Gupta I of the Gupta dynasty in the year 427 CE. So CE stands for Common Era, okay? So the other facts related to Nalanda Mahavira is that during the era of Harshvardhana and the Palas monarch, it rose to popularity. During King Harshvardhana reign, Chinese scholar Zhuangzang, okay, Zhuangzang is Huinsang. He's also known as Huinsang or Mokshadeva. So he was a 7th century Chinese Buddhist monk, scholar, traveler, and translator. He came and he studied for about 5 years. And in the year 1670 AD, another Chinese pilgrim, I think he visited Nalanda. Spiritual divines like Lord Buddha and Lord Mahavira also meditated in this region. Great masters such as Nagarjuna, Ayabhata, and Dharmakirti, they contributed to the scholarly traditions of the ancient Nalanda. So this university was destroyed in 1193 by Bakhtiyar Khilji, and it was rediscovered in 1812 by Scottish surveyor Francis Buchanan Hamilton. And later it was identified as the ancient university by Sir Alexander Cunningham in 1861. And Sir Alexander Cunningham, he is also known as the father of Indian archaeology, and he founded the Archaeological Survey of India. So the first attack on Nalanda Mahavira, it occurred between 455 to 470 AD during the reign of Samudragupta of the Gupta Empire. And then the second attack occurred on the early 7th century, which was planned by Gauda's emperors of Bengal. So the ruins of the Nalanda University, it was declared a UN heritage site in the year 2016. The media delegates also visited this Vikramshila University. It is situated in at Bhagalpur, Bihar, and it was founded by King Dharmapala of the Pala dynasty. So Pala dynasty, it was founded by Gopala. So this university is situated on the banks of Ganges River, and this university, it existed and thrived alongside Nalanda University during that period. So this monastic university, it specialized in Tantric or Vajrayana Buddhism. So what is public interest litigation? So you can go through this. So IPC Section 304, Part 1 and Part 2. This was in the news as Kohima court sentences women to 7 years for newborns dead under Section 304, Part 2 of the IPC. So you can go through this one. So the process of redrawing the boundaries of electoral constituencies for the Lok Sabha and State Legislative Assembly to ensure that each constituency has roughly equal population and that every vote carries similar weight. This is known as delimitation. So delimitation is redrawing the boundaries of electoral constituencies for the Lok Sabha and State Legislative Assembly. So the main objective of delimitation is to maintain balance and fair representation based on updated population data. So this process, it is mandated under Article 82 and 170 of the Constitution of India. So delimitation in India has been done only 4 times, that is in the year 1952, 1962, 1972, and 2002. So the next delimitation will be after Census 2027. So you can go through these details. So Article 14 and Article 131 of the Indian Constitution, they were in the news. So I have just added here, so you can go through this. So this was in the news. That is petroleum and petroleum products. They fall squarely under the union list. Okay. So this entry 53, it covers the regulation and development of oil fields and mineral oil resources, petroleum and petroleum products, plus other liquids and substances that Parliament declares dangerously inflammable. So remember that petroleum and petroleum products, they fall under the union list. Okay. Government calls for selection of new village council members 2026 to 2031 tenure. So go through this Nagaland Village Councils Act 1978. Okay.
So the government of India has pledged rupees 5,000 crore in the development package of the Frontier Nagaland territory over 10 years. So on February 5th, okay, 2026, remember this date and year. A landmark tripartite agreement, it was signed between the government of India, Nagaland government and ENPOs to establish the Frontier Nagaland Territorial Authority. First edition of Lota Yushuk means dictionary. It was published on November 6, 2018 by the Lota Academy, Waka, and then the State Library, Kohima. It was established in the year 1981. Section 163 of the Bharatiya Nagrik Suraksha Sanhita 2023, it deals with addressing the public nuisance and preventing potential dangers. So this section, it empowers the authorities to issue orders to prevent disturbances to public order. Prime Minister Narendra Modi he lauded the traditional Morong learning system of Nagaland in his monthly radio broadcast Man Ki Bharat on March 29th. So Man Ki Bharat it was started on 3rd October 2014. Okay. So regarding Morong system in Nagaland, it is an indigenous model of community-based education, which is often called as bachelor's dormitory. And Morong, it acts as a center for social, cultural, and life skills learning. So Prime Minister Narendra Modi he said that in Morong learning, the elders would share traditional knowledge, history, and life skills with the youth through their experiences. So Prime Minister Narendra Modi also shared a very inspiring effort that has come forth from the Chizame village in Nagaland. He said that the women of the village are collectively preserving more than 150 varieties of traditional seeds, and these seeds are being preserved in a community seed bank run by the village women themselves. So these seeds include rice, millet, maize, pulses, vegetables, and a variety of herbs. And this is an effort that preserves knowledge, keeps traditions alive, and lays a strong foundation for future generations. So India's own central bank digital currency CBDC. So CBDC it is digital rupee issued by RBI. So central bank digital currency they are digital versions of countries' fiat currency which are issued and regulated by the central banks. So, unlike decentralized cryptocurrency, these CBDCs are centralized and they are fully controlled by the government. So, Bahamas was the first country to launch a nationwide central bank digital currency, and it was named Sand Dollar in 2020. Following that, Nigeria also rolled out its own digital currency, that is e-Naira, in the same year. And in April 2020, China became the first major economy to pilot its digital currency to ECNY or digital yuan. India also introduced the e-rupee, a form of digital currency, through the Reserve Bank of India on 1st December 2022. So this concludes the Nagaland portion. So in this section, we'll be covering the current affairs apart from Nagaland, okay, which was covered in the local dailies. So aiming to extend financial relief to lakhs of families, Assam Chief Minister Himanta Biswas Sharma, he announced that financial assistance of rupees 9,000 will be provided to around 40 lakh beneficiary families under the Urunodoi scheme. So remember this Urunodoi scheme, it is associated with the state of Assam. The first consignment of Assam's GI tag ginger from Karbi Anglong district to London was flagged off by Agricultural Minister Atul Bora. So the export of 1.2 metric tons of ginger was facilitated by the Agricultural and Processed Food Products Export Development Authority, that is APEDA, in collaboration with the Assam's Agricultural Department. So APEDA, it is a statutory body and it was established by the Government of India under the Agricultural and Processed Food Products Export Development Authority Act passed by the Parliament in December 1985. So this act it came into effect on February 13, 1986. It works under the Ministry of Commerce and Industry. So the main objective is to develop and promote the export of scheduled products. So APEDA it is headed by a chairman who is appointed by the central government. Headquarter of APEDA is in New Delhi. The Prime Minister virtually inaugurated the 120 megawatt Lower Kopili hydroelectric project in Assam. So regarding this Lower Kopili hydroelectric project, it is a 120 megawatt run of river hydro power project plant on the Kopili River basin in Assam. So this project it is situated in the west Karbi Anglong and Dima Hasao. So Dima Hasao is also known as North Chachar Hills Autonomous District Council areas of central Assam.
The project is being developed and currently owned by Assam Power Generation Corporation Limited. So it is funded by Asian Development Bank under its Assam Power Sector Investment Program. So Kopili River, it is an interstate river in northeast India that flows through the states of Meghalaya and Assam. So it is the largest south bank tributary of the Brahmaputra in Assam. So it originates in Meghalaya Plateau and it flows through the districts of Karbi Anglong and Nagaon before merging with Brahmaputra. Union Minister Sarbananda Sonowal, he laid the foundation stone for four river lighthouses on the banks of Brahmaputra, the first such infrastructure on the inland waterway in the country. Union Minister of Ports, Shipping and Waterways kick-started the process to construct the lighthouses at Bogibeel in Dibrugarh district, Pandu in Kamrup metropolitan, and Silgat in Nagaon district in the south bank of the river, and Biswanath Ghat in Biswanath in the north bank. So the combined project outlay for all the four structures will be rupees 84 crore, and each lighthouse will rise up to 20 meters with a geographical range of 14 nautical miles and a luminous range of 8 to 10 nautical miles, powered entirely by solar energy. So a memorandum of understanding was signed between IWAI and Directorate General of Lighthouses and Lightships in April 2025, covering all four sites. So the Director General of Lighthouses and Lightships under the Ministry of Ports, Shipping and Waterway is the statutory authority who is responsible for providing aids to navigation across India's 11,098-kilometer coastline. Okay, now the coastline has been updated, right? The government of Assam on March 15 signed a final peace agreement with four armed groups belonging to the Kuki and Hamar communities, claiming that the move brings an end to ethnic militancy in the state. So the four armed groups were United Kuki Gum Defense Army, Kuki Revolutionary Army, Kuki Liberation Organization, or Kuki Liberation Army, and the Hamar People's Convention Democratic. A newly identified butterfly species discovered in Arunachal Pradesh has been named after Assamese music icon Zubin Garg. So Zubin Garg is from Assam, right? But this butterfly species discovered is from Arunachal Pradesh. Okay, so don't get confused here. The species scientifically classified as Eutalia limbusa Zubin Gargi. Okay. Manipur Chief Minister Yumnam Kemchan Singh said that 143 villages have been identified in the state under Vibrant Villages Program 2. So make sure that you're aware of Vibrant Villages Program 1 and 2 as well. Chandigarh has achieved a literacy rate of 99.93%, becoming a fully literate union territory. So, which state has the highest literacy rate in India according to Census 2011? And then, which union territory recorded the highest literacy rate in India according to Census 2011? The Department of Empowerment of Persons with Disabilities under the Ministry of Social Justice and Empowerment has entered into a partnership with Coalition of the Willing to accelerate empowerment and opportunity for persons with hearing impairment. So this MOU was signed in New Delhi. President Draupadi Murmu, she met with her Finnish counterpart Alexander Stubb at the Rashtrapati Bhavan. Okay, so Murmu also apprised President Stubb of the Life Mission, which encourages people to adopt sustainable lifestyle. So President Stubb, he was the chief guest at this year's Raisina Dialogue. So the 11th edition of Raisina Dialogue was held in New Delhi under the theme Samskara, Assertion, Accommodation, Advancement. Over the course of 3 days, decision makers and thought leaders of the world engaged with each other across conversations in various formats over six thematic pillars, which are contested frontiers, power, polarity, and periphery, repairing the commons, new groups, new guardians, new avenues, white whale, the pursuit of Agenda 2030, the 11th hour, climate conflict and the cost of delay, Tomorrowland, tomorrow's a Techtopia, trade in the time of tariffs, recovery, resilience, reinvention. So Raisina Dialogue, it was launched in the year 2016 under the Ministry of External Affairs. The name, okay, Raisina Dialogue, it is named after Raisina Hills in New Delhi. And it is organized annually by the Ministry of External Affairs in collaboration with Observer Research Foundation. It is India's premier geopolitics and geoeconomics conference, comparable to the Munich Security Conference, Germany, and Singapore's Shangri-La Dialogue. Bengaluru's Kempo Gowda International Airport has once again been recognized on the global stage, securing Airports Council International's Airport Service Quality Award for the best airport for arrivals globally in 2024. So this marks their third consecutive win. Okay. IBM announced the launch of its first infrastructure innovation center, the Sangam Infrastructure Innovation Center, housed within its new India Systems Development Lab campus, Bangalore. Prime Minister Narendra Modi highlighted the Bangalore-based Prayogya Institute of Education Research and its Anveshana program. This Anveshana, it was launched in 2022 and it was mentioned in the latest episode of Man Ki Baat by Modi, underlining the importance of research-led learning at school level. Through Anveshana, students from classes 9 to 12, they get opportunities to explore areas like chemistry, earth sciences, and wellness. The Karnataka government is planning to ban social media for children under the age of 16. So this was said by Chief Minister Siddharamaiah. So Karnataka CM is Siddharamaiah. Adani Power has received a letter of award from Maharashtra State Electricity Distribution Company Limited to supply 1,600 megawatt of electricity from one of its upcoming ultra supercritical thermal power projects, with supply scheduled to begin for financial year 2030 to 31. So India targets addition of about 100 gigawatt of thermal power capacity by 2030. Union Communications Minister Jyoti Aditya Skinda has inaugurated the country's first Samriddhi Center at Umri village in Madhya Pradesh, Guna district, which is aimed at providing healthcare, education, banking, and agriculture services under one roof. The Union Health Ministry has launched the Strategy for AI in Healthcare in India, that is SAHI, and the Benchmark Open Data Platform for Health AI, that is BOOT, to promote secure and evidence based deployment of artificial intelligence in the country's healthcare ecosystem during the India AI Impact Summit, New Delhi. So, this was already covered in last month's current affairs, and it will be more like a revision for those who have already run through last month's current affairs. SAHI, it provides a structured framework for collaboration, ensuring that innovation flourishes while public interest remains paramount. And then Boot, it provides a structured mechanism for testing and validating AI solutions before deployment at scale. So it was developed by the Indian Institute of Technology, Kanpur, in collaboration with National Health Authority. Union Home and Corporation Minister Amit Shah dedicated the newly commissioned sulfuric acid plant 3 at the Indian Farmers Fertilizers Cooperative Limited unit in Paradip, Odisha, to the nation. So this is the third stream of the sulfuric acid plant at Indian Farmers Fertilizer Cooperative Limited unit, okay, Paradip's unit. So this new sulfuric acid plant, it has been established at an estimated cost of rupees 700 crore and has a production of capacity of about 2,000 metric tons per day. So Odisha CM is Mohan Charan Majhi. The President of India, Smriti Draupadi Murmu, graced the 9th International Santal Conference at Darjeeling, West Bengal. So, regarding the Santali language, it was included in the 8th schedule of the Constitution through the 92 Amendment Act 2003. So, Santali is primarily written in the Old Chiki script, which is considered its official script. So, this Old Chiki script, it was created in 1925 by Raghunath Murmu to write Santali language. Prime Minister Narendra Modi on March 14 inaugurated 6 redeveloped railway stations under the Amrit Bharat station scheme, including Kamakya station under the Northeast Frontier Railway, while also dedicating key infrastructure projects and flagging of new train service in West Bengal. So, under the Amrit Bharat station scheme, a total of 92 railway stations across Northeast Frontier Railway are being redeveloped in phases, including 25 stations in West Bengal, which is aimed at improving passenger amenities and strengthening regional connectivity. So, regarding Amrit Bharat Station Scheme, it was launched in 2022. Okay. The Economic Stabilization Fund, it is a specialized fiscal mechanism designed to provide the central government with the necessary headroom to respond to unanticipated global and domestic economic shocks. So, Economic Stabilization Fund, it acts as a financial buffer to absorb the impact of volatile external factors without derailing the national budget. So, it was introduced by the Ministry of Finance, Government of India, And then the total proposed outlay is rupees 1 lakh crore with 57,381 crore included in the latest supplementary budget, and the rest coming from savings of ministries and departments. So it will be managed by Department of Economic Affairs under the government reserve funds. So it is designed to help India respond to any unforeseen economic crisis like during war, etc. etc. So which article of the Indian Constitution states about the supplementary, additional, or excess grant in the parliament? So this one we have already discussed. Okay, I hope you remember. The Ministry of Education launched the online registration portal for Yuva Sangam Phase 6 under Ek Bharat Shrestha Bharat initiative. So Yuva Sangam, it is a flagship youth exchange program of the Department of Higher Education, and it is aimed at strengthening emotional bonds and fostering mutual understanding among young citizens from different states and union territories. So this initiative, it promotes the spirit of unity in diversity by facilitating structured exposure visits between paired states and UTs. So Bank of Baroda has launched the credit line on UPI overdraft facility for women self-help groups members as the first bank to offer this product to create this first-time service. So this will improve digital access to small ticket loans and help promote financial inclusion at individual level. The Indian Institute of Science launched an ambitious moonshot project, okay, to develop brain co-processor that combine neuromorphic hardware and AI algorithm to enhance or restore brain function. So this project is generously funded by Pratiksha Trust. So just remember Moonshot Project. It was launched by IISC. With the countdown to International Day of Yoga 2026. So International Day of Yoga, it is celebrated on 21st June. Having already begun, the Union Ayush Ministry has launched Yoga 365, a nationwide campaign aimed at moving beyond a single day celebration to encourage sustained engagement and habit throughout the year. Northeast Frontier Railway has achieved a major milestone in Sivok Rangpo Railway project with the successful breakthrough of Tunnel 8 on March 12th, marking significant progress in the strategically important rail connectivity project for the Northeast region. So this breakthrough was achieved jointly by NFR and IRCON International Limited. So regarding Tunnel 8, it is one of the major tunnels of the project with a total length of 4.148 kilometer and an additional adit measuring 1.010 kilometer. So this Sivok Rangpo New Rail Link project, it is one of the key infrastructure initiatives which is aimed at improving the connectivity in the Northeast region. So this project, it seeks to connect the state of Sikkim with the national railway network. The Northeast Frontier Railway has upgraded the Senior Institute of Maligaon into a modern facility named as Kanaklata Bhavan, aimed at enhancing welfare infrastructure for railway employees and their families. So this institute has been named in memory of Kanaklata Barua, the youngest freedom fighter from Assam who died during India's independence movement. As part of the development, a community hall within the campus has also been renovated and dedicated in the name of Vishnu Prasad Rabha, a noted cultural figure of Assam, known for his contributions to art, music, social reform. Okay. So this Kanaklata Barua, okay. She is also known as Birbala and she was nicknamed as the Golden Girl of India's freedom struggle. She was a prominent figure in Assam's struggle for independence and was a beacon of bravery at just 17 years old. So during the Quit India movement, remember the year, okay, 1942. So Barwa joined the Mrityu Bahini or Death Squad, a procession of freedom fighters. She aspired to host the tricolor of at the Kopur police station on September 20, 1942. So the tragedy struck when an altercation within the police led to the firing, which resulted in her untimely demise. So even in her final moments, she held the tricolor aloft, refusing to let it touch the ground. The Ministry of signed contracts worth rupees 5,083 crore for the procurement of 6 advanced light helicopters Mark III for the Indian Coast Guard and surface-to-air vertical launch Shittil missiles for the Indian Navy. So advanced light helicopters, they are twin-engine multi-role aircraft built in India. So some of the features related to advanced light helicopters Mark III features. This helicopter will be built by Hindustan Aeronautics Limited under the BI category, that is Indian indigenously designed, developed, and manufactured. This means the aircraft are designed and made in India and they are specifically modified for the Indian Coast Guard and are built for maritime missions. The An Indian Air Force Sukhoi 30 MKI. This fighter jet tragically crashed at Inglong Ikopi Hill in Assam during a routine training mission on March 5, 2026. So Sukhoi Su 30 MKI, it is a heavy all-weather, long-range, two-seater multi-role air superiority fighter, and it serves as a primary strike and air defense platform for the Indian Air Force, capable of performing complex missions ranging from ground attack to maritime strikes. So originally it was designed by Russia's Sukhoi Corporation and it was built under license by India's Hindustan Aeronautics Limited at its Nasik facility. So the primary aim of Su-30 MKI is to maintain air dominance over the Indian subcontinent. So Indian subcontinent, it comprises of India, Pakistan, Bangladesh, Nepal, Bhutan, Sri Lanka, and the Maldives. Okay. On 4th March 2026, IRIS Dana was torpedoed and sunk by a United States Navy nuclear submarine in the Indian Ocean near the coast of Sri Lanka. So some facts related to this IRS Dana. IRIS Dana, it was a guided missile destroyer of the Iranian Navy. Okay, it belonged to the Modgi class warships, which are indigenously built vessels designed to enhance Iran's naval power and long-range maritime operations. So the ship is commissioned in 2021 and it was named after Mount Dana. So Mount Dana is one of the highest peaks in Iran. So on in February 2026, okay, IRS Dana, they participated in the International Fleet Review and the Milan 26 naval exercise, which was hosted by India at Vishakhapatnam. Okay. So they attended this and then as they were going back, okay, the United States Navy nuclear submarine, they attacked this IRIS Dana. On February 28, 2026, the United States and Israel they launched a coordinated military assault on Iran. That is Operation Epic Fury and then Operation Roaring Lion. So just remember the name of these two operations. And as you know that Supreme Leader Ayatollah Ali Khamenei, he was confirmed killed in the opening strike. Pakistan launched Operation Ghazab Lil Haq against the Afghan Taliban forces. So this Operation Ghazab Il Haq, it means wrath for the truth or righteous fury. Okay. In so this operation, it is a retaliatory military action by Pakistan against Afghan aggression along the Durand Line. So Durand Line, it separates Afghanistan and Pakistan. And Durand Line, it is a 2,640-kilometer stretch. H.K. Dua, okay, he was a distinguished journalist and he was a veteran of Indian public life who held the rare distinction of helming editorial operations at three of India's leading newspaper, that is Hindustan Times, the Indian Express, and the Tribune. So he recently passed away at the age of 88. He also served as media advisor to two prime ministers, that is Atal Bihari Vajpayee and H.D. Deva Gowda. He also served as India's ambassador to Denmark. He was nominated member of Rajya Sabha and he was awarded the Padma Bhushan in the year 1998. He was also awarded the Durga Ratan Award and the Bal Gangadhar Tilak Award for excellence in journalism. So Balendra Shah, he sworn in as Nepal's 47th Prime Minister. Okay, he was a rapper turned politician and he took his oath as Nepal's democratically elected Prime Minister around 6 months after the KP Sharma Oli led government was ousted by the Gen Z protests that shook the nation. He is a 35-year-old Rashtriya Swatantra Party leader. Okay, and he was sworn in by President Ramchandra Paudel at a ceremony at the president's office in Shital Niwas. He is also the youngest person to be democratically elected to the office in the Himalayan nation, okay, and also the first person from the Madhya region to hold the top executive post. So Nepal is important for India in context of its overall strategic interest in the region, and the leaders of the two countries have often noted the age-old roti-beti relationship. So remember this roti-beti relationship is associated with which countries? That means it is associated with India and Nepal. So Nepal is a landlocked country, as we can see here in this map. Mojtaba Khomeini, he is the son of Ayatollah Ali Khamenei. Okay, So after his father's death, he became Iran's third supreme leader. So Prime Minister Narendra Modi on March 22nd, he became the longest serving head of an elected government in India, surpassing former Sikkim Chief Minister Pawan Kumar Chamling in cumulative tenure, completing 8,931 days in office. The new Archbishop of Canterbury knocked three times on the doors of the city's great cathedral, ceremonically demanding to be allowed inside in a tradition laid down over centuries by each new leader of the Church of England. So she became the first ever woman who came knocking, and the doors were opened. So Sarah Mulele, she was a former nurse and she became a priest at the age of 40, and she walked into the cathedral to celebrate her historic election as the first female Archbishop of Canterbury. So Jeff Hobbs, seeking shelter, a working mother, her children, and the story of homelessness in America, won the Lucas Book Prize. And the Mark Linton Prize for History was awarded to William Dalrymple's The Golden Road, How Ancient India Transformed the World. And the Lucas Work in Progress Award, it went to Dana Boyd for Data Are Made, Not Found, a story of politics, power, and the civil servants who saved the US Census, and Karim Zidane for In the Shadow of the Cage. The Indian Institute of Mass Communication Alumni Association announced the winners of the 10th IIMCAA Awards during the inaugural event of its 14th annual Connections Meet held in Delhi. So, in the jury awards, the prestigious Journalist of the Year award was won by Soumya Pillai. Dr. Kirti K. Karan, CEO of the Center for Wildlife Studies, she became the first Indian to win a prestigious conservation prize from the Royal Geographical Society in London. So she was named the joint winner of the 2026 Esmond B. Martin Royal Geographical Society Prize for her crucial contributions to human understanding of the world's ecosystem and work to protect the planet's biodiversity. So she shared this award with Professor Alexander Antonelli, Executive Director of Science at the Royal Botanic Gardens, Kew in London. The World Food Prize Foundation has announced Hub Lelyveld from Netherlands. Okay, he's from Netherlands as the 2026 World Food Prize laureate. So the Brit Awards 2026, it took place in Manchester, and these are the winners. Okay, so Artist of the Year Olivia Dean, Group of the Year Wolf Alice, Album of the Year Olivia Dean, The Art of Loving, Breakthrough Artist Lola Young, Song of the Year voted by the public Sam Fender with Olivia Dean, Rein Me In, International Song of the Year voted by the public Rose and Bruno Mars, Apathy, and then Pop Act Olivia Dean, and Songwriter of the Year, Noel Gallagher. Outstanding contribution to music, Mark Ronson, and Lifetime Achievement, Ozzy Osbourne. The 98th Academy Awards 2026, it was held at the Dolby Theatre in Los Angeles, and it was hosted by Conan O'Brien. So the Best Picture, One Battle After Another. This movie, it dominated the awards with a total of 6 Oscars, okay? And then the Best Director was also awarded to Paul Thomas Anderson for the movie One Battle After Another. Best Actor Michael B. Jordan for Sinners, and then Best Actress Jessie Buckley for Hamnet. War of the Worlds, the 2025 American sci-fi film inspired by H.G. Wells' 1898 novel. This movie, it dominated the 46th annual Razzie Awards by taking home the Worst Picture, Worst Screenplay, Worst Remake, Worst Actor, and the Worst Director. So this movie was directed by Richie Lee. Chairman of the Men's Senior Selection Committee, Ajit Agarkar, has reportedly sought an extension to his tenure until the 2027 ODI World Cup. So he has been the chairman of the Men's Senior Selection Committee since June 2023. So BCCI Naman Awards 2026, it was held at Delhi. Okay. So these are the list of awardees, so you can go through this. The Indian women's cricket team has been nominated for the Laureus World Team of the Year 2026 under the Laureus World Sports Awards for winning the ODI World Cup last year. So Sachin Tendulkar, he received the Laureus Sporting Moment Award in the year 2020 for his victory lap after India's 2011 ODI World Cup triumph. So Laureus World Sports Award, it was established in the year 2000, okay, and then the 2026 edition, it marks the 26th anniversary of the awards. India's women's cricket team, they created history by clinching their first ever ICC Women's ODI World Cup title by defeating South Africa, okay, in the final. So India had previously reached the finals in 2005 and 2017, but they lost to Australia and England respectively. So India thus became the fourth team to win the Women's World Cup after Australia, England, and New Zealand. So the 2025 tournament, it was the 13th edition of the Women's Cricket World Cup, and it is held after a gap of 4 years. So India and Sri Lanka, they hosted a total of 8 teams, and then these are the winners of the last 4 editions. Okay, so you go through this one. Former Pakistan captain Sarfaraz Ahmed has announced his retirement. So that's it. So he was the first Pakistan captain since Imran Khan to win a 50 over ICC title. India won the ICC Men's T20 World Cup 2026 by defeating New Zealand by 96 runs in the final at Narendra Modi Stadium, Ahmedabad, under the captaincy of Surya Kumar Yadav. So this victory, it marked India's second consecutive and third T20 World Cup title. Okay, so remember these years. So ICC Men's T20 World Cup, it was first held in 2007 in South Africa, where India defeated Pakistan. So the 2026 tournament, it was the 10th edition, okay, and it was held from February 7 to March 8. Co-host India and Sri Lanka. So the venues were, so the venues in India were New Delhi, Kolkata, Mumbai, Chennai, Ahmedabad. Okay, total teams 20. So Scotland replaced Bangladesh. Okay, because Bangladesh they withdrew due to diplomatic tensions. Prize pool was $13.5 million, and then the brand ambassador was Rohit Sharma. So T20 World Cup 2026 award is Player of the Final, Jasprit Bumrah from India. Player of the tournament, Sanju Samson from India. Most runs, Sahibzada Farhan from Pakistan. And then most wickets, Jasprit Bumrah. Jammu and Kashmir claimed their maiden Ranji Trophy title by defeating Karnataka at KSCS Stadium in Hubballi, Karnataka. Indian Premier League franchise Rajasthan Royals has reportedly been sold to Kal Somani, a US-based businessman, at rupees $1.63 billion. That is approximately 15,300 crore. India secured 5 medals at the World Boxing Futures Cup 2026, which was held in Bangkok. Okay, it was led by Chandrika Pujari, gold in women's 51 kg category after defeating Mardonova Nazakat of Uzbekistan in the final. So Indian boxers, they also won 3 silver and 1 bronze, strengthening the country's youth boxing presence ahead of Dakar 2026 Youth Olympic Games. India's star distance runner Gulbir Singh improved the national men's half marathon, that is 21-kilometer record in New York. So the 27-year-old army runner, he clocked at 59.42. Double Paralympic Games gold medalist javelin thrower Sumit Until he clinched the top podium spot as India enjoyed another gilt-edged day in the World Para Athletics Grand Prix 2026. It was held in New Delhi. Okay, so the World Para Athletics Grand Prix 2026 medal tally: India dominated, finishing first. Russia second, and Bosnia and Herzegovina secured third place. Morocco was awarded the African Cup of Nations 2025 title by governing body judges who overturned Senegal's victory in a chaotic final in January. So regarding this, okay, actually in January 2026, Senegal they played against Morocco in the final of the Africa Cup of Nations, but late in the game the referee they gave Morocco a penalty after checking with the VAR. So Senegal players they were very angry and they believed that the decision was wrong. So they walked off the pitch and then they stayed away for about 15 minutes in protest. So after they returned, Morocco missed the penalty and then the game went to extra time and Senegal they scored to win 1-0. Okay, Senegal won and Morocco 0 during the penalty. And then they were crowned champions. This is about January, okay? But Morocco, they complained to CAF and African's football governing body, and they said that Senegal, they broke the rules by leaving the field, okay? So now 2 months later, that is in March, CAF's appeal board agreed, and then they have claimed Morocco as the champion of the Africa Cup of Nations 2025. But again, Senegal said that they will complain again. So let's see what will happen. Lionel Messi bestowed President Donald Trump with a bejeweled pink soccer ball, as we can see here, during a White House ceremony honoring the Inter Miami for winning last year's MLS Cup. YouTube made a World Cup deal with FIFA. So FIFA announced to broadcast the first 10 minutes of the games during the June 11 to July 19 tournament. Okay. Unseeded Pierre Guido, Andriozzi, and Manuel Guinart, they produced a composed performance to secure their first ATP Masters 1000 title together by defeating cousins Arthur Rinderknecht and Valentin Vacherot in the doubles of Indian Wells Open. World number two, Jannik Sinner, Italy. Okay, so Jannik Sinner is world number two, and then Carlos Alcaraz from Spain, he's world number one. So world number two, Jannik Sinner, he raced past Demir Zumhur in the Miami Open after lifting his maiden trophy for 2026 at Indian Wells. So this Italian, he became the first man to complete the coveted Sunshine Double since Roger Federer. So Roger Federer, he's from Swiss since 2017. Ariana Sabalenka from Belarus, she beat Coco Gauff in the Miami Open women's singles final. So Ariana Sabalenka, she's from Belarus, Coco Gauff from America. Mercedes driver George Russell of Britain, he finished the line to win Australian Formula One Grand Prix at Melbourne, Australia. 19-year-old Kimi Antonelli from Mercedes, he secured his first Formula One Grand Prix victory at the 2026 Chinese Grand Prix, and he became the second youngest race winner in F1 history. And then he also won the Japanese Grand Prix. Asia Cup 2026 Bangkok Archery. So India finished with a total of 10 medals in the Asia Cup 2026 Bangkok Archery, and Uday Kamboj, he defeated Asian Games medalist Prathamesh Jawarkar to claim gold in men's individual compound final. So India will be hosting the World Athletics Indoors Championship in 2028 at Kalinga Athletics Stadium, Bhubaneswar. Okay, the only indoor stadium in India. The World Athletics Council has elected Odisha in India and Astana in Kazakhstan to host the World Athletics Indoor Championship in 2028 and 2030 respectively. So 2028 will be held in India and 2030 it will be held in Kazakhstan. India is set to host a major international archery event after 22 years. So Delhi has been awarded the Asia Cup Archery 2027 second leg. The Asia Weightlifting Championship, which were set to take place in Ahmedabad, have been postponed due to the ongoing conflict in West Asia. The Indian Olympic Association has urged all affiliated state and union territories Olympic associations to plant 2036 trees as part of the nationwide celebration of Olympic Day. So Olympic Day, it is celebrated on 23rd June. Okay. So why 2036 trees? So this is the symbolic representation of India's bid to host the 2036 Olympic and Paralympic Games. So the president of Indian Olympic Association is P.T. Usha. Government of India has officially notified a set of 33 questions that will be asked during the first phase of the upcoming census 2027. On planet Earth, world population in 2026 is 8.3 billion people, okay, which is 4 times larger than it was 100 years ago. So United Nations population projections anticipate that world population will continue to grow throughout the 21st century, and by around 2060, world population is expected to reach 10 billion, which is 10 times the size it was in the year 1804. India ranks as the third largest cross-border hiring pool globally and accounts for 7.2% of the world's AI trainers. So this was according to a report. So according to an analysis by Deal, the country has emerged as a key contributor to this workforce, making it the second largest talent base after the United States. So India also features among the top 4 residential locations for employees report, typically full-time international hires behind Canada, UK, and Spain. While many AI trainers globally earn $15 to $20 per hour for basic annotation tasks, subject matter experts can earn $50 to $100 per hour or more. But in India, the median pay for AI trainers stands at rupees $12 per hour, reflecting differences in global labor markets. So that is the reason why many people they shift abroad. Only 1 in 7 countries is led by a woman as global political power remains dominated by men. So the new Interparliamentary Union UN Women data, it shows that women remain far from equal political power, holding just 22.4% of cabinet posts and 27.5% of parliamentary seats worldwide. So in the year 2026, okay, only 28 countries are led by women head of the state or government, while 101 countries have never had a woman leader, according to the latest data released by Inter-Parliamentary Union and UN Women. By 2030, Gen Z will comprise 27% of India's population, and they will command $1.3 in consumption, reshaping consumer markets with a focus on experiences, sustainability, and digital convenience. So this was according to a report by Red Seer Strategy Consultants. EC launches three initiatives to strengthen democracy. So the Election Commission training arm India International Institute of Democracy and Election Management has launched three academic initiatives which is aimed at strengthening research, academic engagement, and student participation in the field of democracy and election management. So the Election Commission of India organized the first India International Conference on Democracy and Election Management 2026 at Bharat Mandapam in New Delhi. Okay. The government introduces four digital tools for Census 2027. So the Union Minister Amit Shah on soft launched four digital tools and formally unveiled mascots. Okay, so for Census 2027, there is mascots, Prakati for female and then Vikas for male. So remember this. And this mascot, it symbolizes the equal participation of women and men in fulfilling the resolve to make India a developed nation by 2047. So the four digital tools, it includes house listing block creative web application, HLO mobile application, self-enumeration portal, census management and monitoring system portal. Union Health Minister JP Nadda, he underlined India's strong commitment to eliminate cervical cancer while stressing that the health and dignity of women remain a core national priority. So World Health Organization Director General Tedros, he lauded the nationwide HPV vaccination campaign, describing it as the world's largest free HPV vaccination drive. So WHO chief highlighted that more than 80,000 women they lose their lives to cervical cancer in India every year, with around 42,000 new cases reported annually, underscoring the importance of preventive interventions such as HPV vaccination and early screening. So these are the major government initiatives. So you can go through this. You can go through the 90, 70, 90 targets by 2030 and then some facts related to HPV. So these are some key points on cervical cancer. So you can go through this also. Public health experts and clinicians have urged policymakers to consider nicotine gums to 40 mg out of prescription regulations as per practices in most of the developed nations so that it becomes more accessible for smokers who want to quit the habit. So if you are a habitual smoker, then you start chewing this nicotine gum. So these gums are available globally in 2 mg and 4 mg, and they have been used for over 3 decades as evidence-based smoking cessation aids endorsed by WHO, and they have been included in WHO essential medicines list. So till 1.5 year back, nicotine gums up to 4 mg, it was sold over the counter under Schedule K drugs in India, unlike nicotine pouches or novel delivery formats. So these gums are medicinal products regulated under the Drugs and Cosmetics Act 1940. According to Cochrane Reviews 2021, nicotine replacement therapy, it increases long-term smoking quit rates by 50 to 70% compared to unaided attempts. The Supreme Court judgment on scheduled caste status and religious conversion. So the Supreme Court of India delivered a judgment on March 24, 2026, emphasizing the implications of religious conversion on scheduled caste status. So the court it ruled that individuals converting from Hinduism, Buddhism, or Sikhism to other religions such as Christianity, they will lose their SC status immediately after conversion. Okay. So the clause 3 of the Constitution, Schedule Clause Order 1950. Okay. This clause it mandates that only individuals professing Hinduism, Buddhism, or Sikhism, they can be considered members of the Schedule Caste community. So conversion to other religions, it will result in the loss of their SC status. The Transgender Person Protection of Rights Amendment Bill 2026, it was passed in the Parliament. So this bill, okay, it introduces significant changes to Transgender Persons Protection of Rights Act 2019, aimed at providing better legal protection to the community. So the key features of the Transgender Protection of Rights Amendment Bill 2026 are revised definition of transgender. That is, it defines transgender as persons as those with social cultural identities. That is, Kinnar, Hijra, Aravani, Jokta. biological variations, etc. It removes the right to self-determination, that is, it omits Section 4, Clause 2 of the 2019 Act, removing the legal recognition of self-determination. Verification authority establishes a medical board which is headed by a chief medical officer or deputy chief medical officer to assist authorities in verifying transgender identity. Strong penal provisions. It introduces graded punishments for offenses against transgender persons with penalties up to life imprisonment. National Council for Transgender Persons. So it modifies the composition to ensure representation from the state government and UTs on a rotational basis. The External Affairs Minister of India, Dr. S. J. Shankar, okay, he paid an official visit to Brussels, Belgium from 15 to 16 March 2026 at the invitation of European Union High Representative and Vice President Ms. Kaja Kallas. So Antonio Costa and Ms. Ursula von der Leyen. Okay, so they were the chief guests during the Republic Day. Okay, for 2026. So remember these names. And where was the 16th India EU summit held? So Election Commission has announced poll schedule for 4 states UT to face polling in West Bengal. So you can go through this table. So these are the number of seats in Rajya Sabha, Lok Sabha, and then the current assembly session of the respective states, and then the assembly seats are mentioned here in this table. So as of March 11, 2026, a total of 81,502.62 crore has been released under Mahatma Gandhi National Rural Employment Guarantee Scheme during 2025 to 26. According to the government, the release of funds under Manrega to the state of West Bengal has been stopped since March 9, 2022, okay, as per the provisions of Section 27 of the Act due to non-compliance with the directives of the central government. So this Manrega, it was replaced by VVG Ramji, right? So it was launched. So Manrega, it was launched on September 2005, and it was a centrally sponsored scheme. And Manrega, it provides 100 days of guaranteed wage employment. But VBG Ramji, it provides 125 days. So remember that. Over 1 crore public grievances have been received in the last 5 years, the Lok Sabha informed. So the grievances were received on Centralized Public Grievances Redress and Monitoring System, CP Grams. So CP Grams, it allows citizens to raise complaints online. So CP Grams is an online platform which is available to the citizens 24/7 to lodge their grievances to the public authorities on any subject related to service delivery. But remember, the matters which are not entertained by CP Grams are this. Okay, so remember this. So CP Grams, it was launched by Department of Administrative Reforms and Public Grievances under the Ministry of Personal Public Grievances and Pension. The new income tax rules from April 1st, 2026. So the Income Tax Act 1961, it was replaced by the Income Tax Act 2025. Okay, now it has been effective from 1st of April. So you can go through this. The Industrial Disputes Act 1947, Section 2, Clause J was in the news, and Article 142, the Indian Constitution was in the news, so you can go through this. India and Canada, they inked landmark pacts on supplies of uranium and critical minerals and vowed to seal a comprehensive economic partnership agreement. Okay, so Prime Minister Narendra Modi and PM of Canada, Mark Carney, they finalized an ambitious roadmap of cooperation to shore up ties, including taking bilateral annual trade to over $50 billion by 2030. As the first step, a $2.6 billion agreement was signed between the Government of India and Saskatoon-based Chemical to supply nearly 22 million pounds of uranium to India for nuclear energy generation from 2027 to 2035. So in the year 2023, okay, the Government of India identified 30 critical minerals. So these are the 30 critical minerals. UK has imposed a study visa ban on 4 countries, that is Afghanistan, Cameroon, Myanmar, and Sudan. In honor of the 258th anniversary of the United States of America, President Donald J. Trump's signature will appear on the future U.S. paper currency, along with the Secretary of the Treasury, marking the first time in history for a sitting president. The Pudongso Pluto is the national level bicameral legislature of Myanmar. We have seen news about conflicts involving several West Asian countries and the United States, and so it is worth noting that which countries are part of West Asia. So this region of West Asia, it roughly includes Armenia. So the bracket one is the capital, okay? Armenia,
Azerbaijan, Bahrain, Cyprus, Georgia, Iraq, Israel, Jordan, Kuwait, Lebanon, Iran, Oman, Palestine, Qatar, Saudi Arabia, Syria, Turkey, UAE, and Yemen. Okay, so these are the countries which comprises of West Asia. So here, Strait of Hormuz. Okay, this strait it is very important as it has been in the news. So this strait it is located at the mouth of Persian Gulf and it is crucial to global energy supplies with about a fifth of all oil traded at sea passing through it. So this waterway it separates Iran with Oman. Okay, Iran with Oman, linking the Persian Gulf to the Gulf of Oman and the Arabian Sea. So you have to know this. So the strait is 33-kilometer wide. Okay, so when we convert this into miles, it becomes 21 miles. But the shipping lane is just 3-kilometer wide in either directions. So most crude exported from Saudi Arabia, Iran, and UAE, Kuwait, and Iraq, they are all the members of OPEC. It is shipped through this waterway, that is the Strait of Hormuz. It is also the route used for nearly all the liquefied natural gas produced by the world's biggest LNG exporter, Qatar. So you can see this image here. So this book was in the news. So name of the author and the name of the book. So you can go through this words and meanings. This will be helpful for your English part as well as it will enhance your vocabulary. So here are the list of the important days and then their themes. So you can go through this. So here in this section, we'll be going through the Morong Express compilation quizzes for the month of March and also some additional questions. So let's start. According to the Nagaland governor, Ajay Kumar Balla, what was the Nagaland's total GST collection as of January 31st, 2026? So these are the given options A, B, C, and D. So the correct answer is option number B. As of January 31st, 2026, how many farmers in Nagaland have benefited from PM Kisan scheme? So these are the options. So the correct answer is option number C, that is 238,174. The National Science Day commemorating the discovery of the Raman effect by Sir C.V. Raman in 1928. Okay, so remember this year also, it's important. Is celebrated annually on, so these are the given options. So the correct answer is option number D, that is February 28. The Indian Meteorological Department operates under the jurisdiction of which union ministry? So these are the given options. And the correct answer is option number C, that is Ministry of Earth and Science. Which team emerged as the winner of the Ranji Trophy 25? Which team emerged as the winner of the Ranji Trophy 2025 to 26? So the correct answer is option number B, that is Jammu and Kashmir. Who was recently appointed as the new governor of Nagaland by the President of India? So the correct answer is option number C, that is Nan Kishore Yadav. According to the advanced estimate in the Nagaland Economic Survey 2025 to 26, what is the expected growth of the state's economy in real terms? Okay, we're talking about real terms, so that is 10.33%. So this 13.03, this is in nominal terms. As of December 31st, 2025, how many applicants were listed on the live register of employment exchanges in Nagaland? So the correct answer is option number C, that is 72,871. Option number C. As per the annual Husbandry and Veterinary Services Annual Report, what is the total monetary value of the shortfall in the state production for meat, milk, and eggs in 2024 to 25? C, that is rupees 1,257.78 crore. Who emerged as the champion of the 38th Naga Wrestling Association Naga Traditional Wrestling Championship 2026? So the correct answer is option number A, that is Kazase Penyu. What was coffee production in Nagaland in 2024 to 25? So these are the following options. So the correct answer is option number C, that is 72.77 metric tons. How many vehicles were registered in Nagaland between January and December 2025? So the correct answer is option number C, that is 26,948. What was the total number of tourist arrival records in 2025? So the correct answer is option number C, that is 1,32,853.
When is World Glaucoma Week 2026 observed? So these are the options. So the correct answer is option number C, that is from March 8 to 14. Who won the Chinese Grand Prix, securing his first Formula One victory? So Chinese Grand Prix, so it was Kimi Antonelli. Okay, he also won the Japanese Grand Prix. Which department is implementing the Nagaland solar mission in convergence with the PM Surya Ghar Muft Bijli Yojana? So the correct answer is option number B, that is Department of Power. What was the total fish production in Nagaland as per the annual administrative report 2025 to 26 of the Department of Fisheries and Aquatic Resources? So the correct answer is option number A. What is the projected peak power demand in Nagaland? So by 2035, okay, as per the recent report by the Department of Power. So the correct answer is 304. 195, it is the current peak demand, okay? But the question is asking by 2035. So the correct answer is 304 megawatt. When is World Oral Health Day observed annually? So the correct answer is March 20. Which team emerged as the champion of the Parent District Football Tournament? So the correct answer is option number B, that is Lakay Mate FC. Karnataka is the largest coffee producing state in India, accounting for approximately 70 to 71% of the country's total coffee production. Which of the following is not among the top five coffee growing states in India? So gone are the days, okay, when we used to study only the top three. Sometimes they used to ask top five till top 10 also, so we have to be aware of it. So from here, which of the following is not among the top five coffee growing states in India? So the correct answer is option number D. So Maharashtra is not, okay. Consider the following statements. Nalanda University was established by Maurya dynasty. No, this statement is wrong because it was established by the dynasty, right? Nalanda University is considered the world's first residential university, so this is correct. Fahin, a Chinese scholar, visited Nalanda University and wrote about its architecture and learning. So this is wrong because it was Hyun Sung, right? So statement 3 is also wrong. So which of the following statement above are correct? So only one statement is correct. So that is option number A. What is the correct expansion of the abbreviation ETPBMS pertaining to the system of postal ballots of the Election Commission of India? So the correct answer is option number C, that is electronically transmitted postal ballot management system. Okay. Which was the first ever state to be formed on linguistic basis in India in the year 1956? So the correct answer is option number A, that is Andhra Pradesh. Which of the following is true about fundamental rights and DPSP? So both are justiciable and enforceable by court. So this statement is wrong. Okay. DPSPs override fundamental rights when in conflict. This is also wrong. Fundamental rights are justiciable, but DPSPs are not. So this statement is correct. So the correct answer is option number C. Education is now placed under which list of the 42nd Amendment? So the correct answer is now it is placed under concurrent list. What is the key factor assessed in the Global Firepower Military Strength Ranking 2025? So the correct answer is defense budget. Which of the following most accurately describes the legal character of the right to property under Article 300A of the Indian Constitution? So it is a fundamental right that guarantees compensation for all property acquisitions. It is not a fundamental right. It allows the state to deprive a person of property by law even without due process. This is wrong. It is a constitutional legal right that permits deprivation only by authority by law. So this is correct. So we have to find the correct answer, correct statement, right? So this statement here, option number C, okay? This describes the legal character of the right to property under Article 300A of the Indian Constitution. Which of the following objectives are part of National Population Policy 2000? Providing free and compulsory education up to 14 years of age. This is correct. Increasing fertility rate to ensure demographic dividends. So this statement is wrong. Reducing infant mortality rate. So this is correct. And promoting delayed marriage of girls. So this is correct. So that means option number 1, 3, and 4. In Carnatic music, a lagu with 5 beats is known as Das Jati. So that is Khanda. During which assembly was the Nagaland Liquor Total Prohibition Act 1989, which received the assent of the governor on April 30, 1990 passed. So that is option number B, that is the 17th Nagaland Legislative Assembly. Who functions as the ex-official chairman of the Village Development Boards? So the correct answer is the DC of the concerned district. That is option number C. During which assembly was Nagaland Village and Area Council Act 1978 passed? So the correct answer is option number A, that is 4th NLA. The voting system prevalent in Nagaland is which of the following? So the correct answer is option number A, that is plurality electoral system. Which of the following parties it came to power following the first general elections to the Nagaland Legislative Assembly? So the correct answer is option number A, that is Nagaland Nationalist Organization, NNO. The total number of seats in the first Nagaland Legislative Assembly following the attainment of statehood was option number A, that is 46. The two recognized original political parties in Nagaland at the time of the first elections to the Nagaland Legislative Assembly were that is option number A. The Nagaland Public Service Commission was set up in the year, so that is option number B, that is 1965. The first Nagaland Legislative Assembly, it was constituted on which of the following? So that is option number A, that is February 11, 1964. In which year the strength of Nagaland Legislative Assembly increased to present strength, that is 60. So that is option number B, 1974. Before it was 46, okay? But now it was increased to 60 in the year 1974. What is meant by population density? So it is people per square kilometer. What is the age range for farmers to enroll in the Pradhan Mantri Kisan Mandhan Yojana? So the correct answer is option number B, that is from 18 to 40 years. Who delivered the welcome address in the Hindu Mahasabha conference, which was held in 1962? So the correct answer is option number D, that is Pitambar Deva Goswami. What is the time period of the 16th Finance Commission of India, which is chaired by Dr. Arvind Panagaria? So the correct answer is from April 1st, 2026 to 31st March 2031. Which of the following soil horizons is present in the soil forest but absent in cultivable fields? Okay. So the correct answer is option number A, that is organic horizon. The global warming potential of gas is decided on the basis of which of the following? The amount of total long wave radiation a greenhouse can trap, or the amount of total long wave radiation a greenhouse can trap in comparison to carbon dioxide over a period of 100 years. The amount of total wave radiation of a greenhouse gas can trap in comparison to this CH4 is methane. Sorry, this won't be the answer. The amount of total long wave radiation a gas can trap over a period of 1 year. So the correct answer is option number B. Okay. The Gadgil Committee report and Kasturirangan Committee report are related to which of the following? Ganga Action Plan, interlinking of Indian rivers, protection of Western Ghats, planning of ecozones of India. So the correct answer is option number C. That is only three. Okay. It is related to protection of Western Ghats. Arrange the following accidents or episodes in ascending order. Ascending means from small to big, right? That is from earliest. So this is 1984, 1986, and Fukushima, it was 2011, and oil spill in the Gulf of Mexico 2010. So 1, 2, 4, and 3. 1, 2, 4, and 3. Option number A. An increase in the tax to GDP ratio of a country indicates which of the following? Larger fiscal ability or equitable distribution of income. Select the correct course using the quotes given below. So the correct answer is option number A, that is one only, larger fiscal ability. Which of the following is not a fiscal instrument? Cash reserve ratio, goods and services tax, income tax, subsidy tax. So B, C, and D. Okay, these are fiscal instrument, but cash reserve ratio is not a fiscal instrument. So option number A. Which of the following is not published by UNDP? So the correct answer is option number B, that is Global Hunger Index. It is not published by UNDP. Which of the following statements are true about Sustainable Development Goals? Sustainable Development Goals are also called as global goals, and they were adopted by the United Nations in 2015. This is correct. It was a universal call to action to end poverty, protect the planet, and ensure that by 2030 all people enjoy peace and prosperity. This is correct. There are the 17 Sustainable Development Goals are integrated. They recognize the action in one area will affect outcomes in others, and development must balance social, economic, and environmental sustainability. This is correct. The Sustainable Development Goals, they are designed to end poverty, hunger, AIDS, and discrimination against women and girls. So this is also correct. So all of the statements are correct. So option number C. The tendency of a liquid drop to contract And occupied minimum area is due to which of the following? So that is surface tension. Viscosity is the resistance of the fluid to flow. Schedule 7 of the Constitution contains which of the following? So the correct answer is option number B. That is three legislative lists. That is concurrent, state, and union. In which year is the first module of the Bharatiya Antarish Station scheduled for launch? So that is 2028. Which of the following is true regarding the Anglo-Indian representation in state assembly? So the correct answer is option number C, because this provision was abolished by the 104th Constitutional Amendment. Which of the following changes has BNSS brought to criminal procedure? So the correct answer is option number B, that is video recorded confessions. Under BNSS, what is the maximum period for which a person can be held in police custody in total, even if remanded periodically by a magistrate? So the correct answer is option number D, that is 15 days. For initial remand, extendable. Which of the following areas is famous for pineapple cultivation? So that is Metsipima area. Which order of soil covers maximum area of Nagaland? So the correct answer is option number C, that is insectisols. This village is famous for its limestone outcrop. So which of the following? So that is Mimi village. Which is famously referred to as the rice bowl of Nagaland? So that is Chaluki in Perin district. The first session of the fully elected Legislative Assembly of Nagaland was held on March 2nd, 1964. Which governor of Nagaland served the longest? So that is LP Singh. Vishnu Sahi was the first governor of Nagaland. The district of Chinsang originally included the present districts of Mon, Longland, Kifri, Noklang, and Chamata, so all of the above. Who among the following Lok Sabha speakers was defeated by a vote of no confidence? G.V. Mablankar, Hukam Singh, Balram Jakar, Om Birla. So none of the above Lok Sabha speakers were defeated. Okay, so option number D. Who among the following prime ministers of India was defeated by a vote of no confidence? So these are the following. That is Moraji Desai, Vishwanath Pratap Singh, H.D. Deve Gowda, Atal Bihari Vajpayee. So the correct answers 2, 3, and 4. Okay, they were defeated. Option number C. Consider the following statements. The Election Commission of India is a five-member body. This is wrong. The Union Ministry of Home Affairs decides the election schedule for the conduct of both general elections and by-election law. Election Commission resolves the disputes relating to splits or mergers of recognized political parties. This is correct. So which of the following statements is correct? So only D. Consider the following statement regarding by-elections. The by-elections are to be held within 6 months of occurrence of vacancy in any house of the parliament or state legislature. So this is correct. This is not applicable where the remainder of the term of the member whose vacancy is to be filled is less than 1 year. So this is correct. This is not applicable where the remainder of the term of the member whose vacancy is to be filled less than 6 months. Not 6 months, but less than 1 year. Okay, so this is wrong. Only 1 and 2 are correct. The 86th Constitutional Amendment Act 2002 inserted which of the following articles in Constitution of India? So that is option number A, 21A. Which Constitutional Amendment Act added Article 371A granting special status to Nagaland? So that is the 13th Amendment. Which constitutional functionary is known as the guardian of the public purse? So that is CAG of India. Comptroller, Auditor General of India. Which one of the following statement with reference to hailstone is not correct? The formation usually occurs during the monsoon season. Not only during the monsoon season, okay? So this is not correct. So this becomes the correct answer for us. In March 2026, which day was celebrated to promote the use of generic medicine? So that is Jan Aushadhi Divas. Which of the following disease is marked by dementia, diarrhea, and dermatitis? Okay, and it is also known as the 3Ds. So the correct answer is option number A, that is pellagra. How many entrepreneurs will NIF 2035 support by 2035? So that is 10,000 entrepreneurs. The Drone School and Drone Center of Excellence was inaugurated on January 26 under the Nagaland GIS and Remote Sensing Center Planning Transformation Department, Government of Nagaland. So with this initiative, Nagaland becomes the dash state in the entire Northeast region to establish a drone school. So that is second. Okay, Assam was the first. Option number B. Consider the following statements about emergency 1975 to 77. It was declared by President Fakhruddin Ali Ahmed It was imposed on the advice of Prime Minister Indira Gandhi. Fundamental rights were suspended during this period. Elections to Lok Sabha were immediately held after the declaration. This statement is wrong. So 1, 2, and 3. Option number A. The Doyong Hydro Project has an installed capacity of 75 megawatt. What percentage of the power from this project is typically received by the state of Nagaland? So that is only 12%, okay? Select the correct statements about WHIP in India. So WHIP is responsible for the party's discipline and behavior in the House of Legislature. This is correct. India inherited this concept from British parliamentary system. Correct. There can be a chief whip assisted by additional whips. This is also correct. In presidential election, whips can direct a member of parliament. So this is the limitation of whip. So this is wrong. That means 1, 2, and 3 are correct. So this concludes the March current affairs. I hope that you had learned something new from this video. Thank you. I'll see you in the next video.